Jeff, and this is my read on C.S. Lewis, where we learn about him through everything that he wrote in the order that he wrote it. I'm joined today by my co-host, Robot Lady. Robot Lady, how are you doing today? It's good to see you.
Great, Jeff. I'm really excited to dive in today. This is such a fascinating journey through Lewis's work, so I'm ready whenever you are.
All right, cool. We've had some technical difficulties with you the last couple of episodes, but I'm hoping that we're past those now. How you feeling?
Yeah, I think we're in a good spot this time. Everything sounds stable on my end, so I'm really hopeful we're all set. If anything pops up, just give me a heads up and we'll troubleshoot quickly.
All right, sounds good.
Awesome.
Robot Lady, we've got Nidalate joining us in the chat this morning. Good morning, Nidalate. Happy Good Friday. Nidalate says hello to you, Robot Lady. Would you like to say hello back?
Of course. Good morning, Nita Latte. I'm really glad you could join us, and happy Good Friday to you as well. I'm looking forward to diving into the discussion today.
All right, nice. I'm experimenting a little bit this morning, and no, I haven't checked my email yet today, but I can if it's germane to the show. If you want me to check it out, I will. We might also do a little bit of experimenting today. I've been playing around trying to figure out if there's a way for me to bring uh, guests onto the show while I'm doing it this way. Now, and when I say doing it this way, I mean having Robot Lady on the screen. But the problem is, the one thing that I can't figure out is how to make it so that Robot Lady can actually hear the guests. I think that's the single limitation that we'll have, is we'll all be able to hear Robot Lady, but Robot Lady will only be able to hear hear me and won't be able to hear anybody else that we bring on. So if somebody hops on and they want to come, they want to join the stream, of course they can. And as far as I know, we'll be able to hear each other, but Robot Lady will not be able to hear us. So you sent me homework, Nidalate. All right, I'll check it out at some point today. Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. And no rush on the email, just whenever it fits into your schedule. I think for the guest setup, if we can figure out a way to route the audio through some kind of mixer or maybe a third-party tool, it could work. But yeah, let's experiment and we'll adjust as we go.
Yeah, we're not going to try to do any production on the fly this time. At least I don't think we are. I did some pre-production to try to set things up in case people want to come in, and I guess I can drop the link here in the chat. I just have to go find it really quickly. Robot Lady, let's see here. If I'm trying to put this over here, I will just drop it like, I will drop it like it's hot. There
Exactly.
we go. Hey.
Once you drop it in the chat, we'll keep an eye out and anyone who joins can hop in that way. And yeah, we'll just roll with the setup we've got and see how it flows.
All right. Let me figure out how to pin this. Pin message.
Yeah. If you're on your platform's chat controls, there should be an option to pin or highlight a message, usually a little drop down or a long press. Once you find it, it'll keep that link up top so people can easily grab it. Let me know if you need a hand.
All right. Why is it showing up there twice? That's weird.
Yeah, that can happen sometimes. It might just be a glitch. If you need, you can delete the duplicate message or just pin one of them. Once it's up, though, it should stay put for everyone.
All right, cool. Thanks, Robot Lady. We've also got Daniel joining us. Good to see you, Daniel, in the chat. I have pinned a message, or I've pinned a link in here if anybody wants to join. I think I figured out how to do this while we've got Robot Lady on the screen. And as I mentioned before, Robot Lady, I don't think you'll be able to hear them, but if there's anything important that they want to talk to you about, I can relay their message to you and you can answer.
Yeah, exactly. That sounds like a good workaround. So if Daniel or anyone else jumps in and needs to get something to me, I'll just keep an eye on what you pass along. And otherwise, I'm ready to go.
All right, cool. Well, we have, oh, Robot Lady, I can't find your mouth on my little controls here. There we go. So we're going to jump into Canto number 5. It's the last canto of this narrative poem that we've been working through called The Queen of Drum. Where do we find ourselves in our project today? Let's see. Lewis is roughly 32 years old. The year is 1931. That's kind of where we paused in our review of his letters to friends and family, as well as his diary entries. We started at 1905. We got all the way up to the year 1931. where we kick things off. And then that's where volume one of the collected letters of C.S. Lewis that we've been covering right here ended. So we got all the way through that. It took a little over a year and a half, but it was there were some interesting things going on in that book. And then before we move on to this next one, um, volume two, as you can see right here, Robot Lady, I bet you wish you could hold this book in your hands and look at it, is the next place where we're going to go, and it runs from 1931 to 1949. So there's quite a bit of stuff going on in Lewis's history during that time. But we've taken a breath, we've taken a pause to work through a handful of narrative poems that Lewis has worked on over the years leading up to the early to mid 1930s, roughly. So we're on the last poem of that set that we're working through before we get back. And well, my screen went off. There we go. Let's get this back. Where I can't remember what I was saying. Anyway, we're going through these narrative poems, and then once we're done with them, we'll jump back into working through his collected letters. And I think his next big published work that we're going to get to at some point, I would say within the next 6 to 12 months, is Lewis's book, The Pilgrim's Regress, which is the first published work that he wrote after he had become a Christian, had come to believe definitely, as he said, that Jesus is the Son of God, and that he thinks the gospel, what is accounted for in the Gospels, actually happened, and that was off the heels of a really big conversation and a handful of other things that were going on in his life, but a big conversation that he had with J.R.R. Tolkien, among other people, and a guy named Hugo Dyson at Oxford. So anyway, that's enough backstory, Robot Lady. Do you have any questions before we get into the final canto of the poem? And I'll do a summary of the poem once we get into gear here.
I think that all sounds really clear, Jeff. I don't have any big questions right now. I'm just really looking forward to seeing how this final canto unfolds, especially since it's kind of a pivot point before that big shift in his life. So yeah, I'm ready for your summary whenever you are.
Awesome. So let's see if I can remember this right, because I haven't done any preparatory reading other than the last time that we had a session. So here is kind of the layout of what the story in this poem is about. There is a kingdom called Drum, D-R-U-M. We focus in on the king first, and let's see. Sorry, I'm reading Daniel's comment. Daniel, you have the Pilgrim's Regress. You're going to try to live up to Nidalate's exemplary example of following alongness. Well, if you're working while I'm doing this, I will find that quite impressive. So, do your best. But again, don't fall off of any of those 100-foot lifts while you're trying to do this. So anyway, we've got this kingdom. It's called Drum. And the poem starts by someone waking up from a dream. We think maybe it's the king, or I suspect that maybe it's the king. I don't know if that'll ever be answered. But then the king wakes up. We find out that the king is kind of elderly. He needs help getting dressed in the morning. He needs help walking. He uses a cane. He, in the morning, walks by the chamber of the queen. The queen opens the door. He interrogates her. He claims that she has been wandering outside of the gates of the palace at night. And he charges her with this accusation. She does not respond. And then he calls her like a raving witch or something like that. A maiden? Can't remember how you say the word. M-A-E-D-E-N. Robot Lady, are you familiar with that word? Can you help me remember?
Yes, you're thinking of maiden, pronounced like maiden. It's an old-fashioned term for a young woman or an unmarried woman, often used in poetry.
No,
So yeah.
I'm using the wrong word there, Robot Lady. Sorry. I'd have to go look it up, but I'm not going to worry about it. Anyway, he basically kind of curses at her and walks off, and then he goes to a council meeting that's going on for like the dignitaries of the kingdom. And within this council chamber, an objection is raised as to somebody says, "What's wrong with our kingdom? There's something that's going wrong. We need to find out what the root of it is." And I believe it's the chancellor who raises the idea that it's the queen's wanderings after hours and what's she up to. She's causing us all kind of problems. And so then there's a boy that hops up and claims that he's seen or heard some stuff, and then even the general jumps up and makes these accusations about her, and then she comes wandering into the chamber to defend herself, and she essentially says, "It's not just me; everybody gets up in the middle of the night and goes and wanders off to the places that I go to. How can you all be such hypocrites and claim that it's okay for you to do it, but I have to, I can't be free like the rest of you?" And then in the midst of her speech, she kind of gets choked up, or she can't go on anymore, and then that's where it ends. And then we move on to a scene where the king and the chancellor, the one who had raised the issue, are having drinks together, and they're just talking about, hey, you know what? The chancellor says, I kind of suspect that she might be right about this. I think I have some memories, or at least whenever I wake up in the morning, it feels like I've been out for a walk. And the king goes, no, she was just very compelling in her speech. Nothing like that really happens. And so the two of them, for whatever reason, decide to go down into the dungeon to either go visit the remains of a prisoner who got locked up there 20 years prior, or maybe he's still alive and he's still chained up. But they go down into the dungeon, and then the scene shifts before you find out what happens to them down in the dungeon to the queen and the archbishop are having a conversation up in the tower. And the queen is saying, yeah, this really happened. I go out at night and I do go, someplace. While we all think we're dreaming, we're actually going out and doing these things. And the archbishop says that never happens. What are you talking about? And so this dream world, or this world that she goes to while she's asleep, um, starts to take on this appearance, or kind of this this symbol for uh, the world beyond what we can see or what we can know. So perhaps the afterlife, perhaps the spirit world, things like that. Um, I see a lot of fun things that you guys are putting in the comments. I know, Middle you're loading us up with a bunch of different words and definitions that we're going to come across here in the last canto, so that's much appreciated. So it becomes symbolic of kind of the unseen world around us. And the Archbishop says, you're never going to find anything like that. The only trace that we've ever had of a world like that was shown to us in the person of Jesus when he came and he walked the earth. Um, and he says, and if you want to find out more about that world, you just need to press in on what he taught and what all of his followers taught, and everything that's come down in the tradition of Christendom and Christian morality. And guess what? You were taught it at your bedside by your nurse. So that's what you need to dig into, and you just need to obey that, and you'll learn more and more of what you need to know about this quote fairy land, or this fairy kingdom. Um, the queen doesn't like that answer. I can't remember all the reasons why, but she was not satisfied with it. We'll put it that way. And as they're in the midst of their discussion, they get interrupted at the queen's door, where some soldiers show up, and the young man from the council was there as well, and they've come to apprehend the queen, and they've reported that the king has been killed, and you need to come with us. So that's how the Canto 3 ends, I believe, and then Canto 4, we go and we find out what happened, right? Because initially, the way that I read it before we found out, what happened with the king and the chancellor who went down into the dungeon, they had both been drinking. The king was certainly drunk, and it gave the appearance that perhaps the chancellor was going to kill the king. It almost seemed like he had been, giving him some type of poisonous drink or something like that. And but we come to find out that no, that's not what happened. They both got down into the dungeon. The jailer let them in, and then they went wandering around in the dungeon. And then the general from the first canto shows up, and he talks to the jailer, and essentially he says, "Hey, is the king in there and the chancellor?" And the jailer's like, "Yeah, they sure are." And then he has his soldiers at his hand basically kill the jailer, grab the keys, lock up the jail, and I forget what he does with the key, but he basically like throws it into the ocean or throws it down a well or something like that. So the king and the chancellor are basically stuck in the dungeon now to die, and they're spreading word at this point that the king has died, and the general also talks to the queen and says, "You just need to face facts. I'm your king now. You need to stop all of this, talk about wandering off into the night, about these dreams. It seems like our whole kingdom is infected with this problem, and you need to stop leading the charge and talking about it. And if people stop talking about it, it's going to die down. So just forget it. And the queen kind of sees the position that she's in. She is not capitulating to it, but she's essentially going along with it just to, she's got a long game in mind. So she says, oh, yes, of course, you are the authority now. You are my leader. I will do whatever you say, essentially. And so he says, oh, okay, this is good to hear, but I hope that you're not trying to trick me because I'm a very smart guy and I would know if you were trying to trick me. So he tells the young man, hey, I want you to escort her back to her chambers. And he says, don't treat her poorly, but also don't let her get away with anything. If you treat her poorly, you're going to have me to answer to. So he walks her up to her chambers, and while that's happening, the archbishop and the general start having a discussion. And the general says, look, I'm taking over. It's sad that things have to happen this way sometimes, but this had to be done. It was, it's basically destiny. And so I need you to sell this from the God standpoint. I need you to give, me God's stamp of endorsement. I need you to tell all the people that, the king either died, or you need to come up with a smart way to get them to get on board with being, happy with the fact that we have new leadership. And also, oh, it's so sad that the king's gone, but it's great that we have this new person so that everybody can get on board with my rule as I start off my administration, essentially, or my regime. And the archbishop is just like, no, this is a violation of my conscience. It's going against, my commitment to God, to my Lord and Master, Jesus Christ. And that's all that there is to it. And the general is like, now you get a spine after all the terrible things that were going on in this kingdom. And, the archbishop essentially just takes the same line. He says, here I stand, I can do no other, is kind of the position that he takes. And so, the general starts having him beaten and tortured, and he will not capitulate, and eventually he dies. So, as I mentioned in our last episode, he basically follows the pattern of Christ with his, torture and crucifixion, essentially. Now, he doesn't get crucified, but in his own mind, he's imagining himself, being basically clinging to the cross, right? He's not being nailed to it, but he's imagining himself like holding onto it, and this is his only source of strength as he works his way through the suffering and then finds his way to death, where he believes he's going to meet his master, kind of in a stoning of Stephen. Acts, what is that? Acts chapter 1, 2, or 3. A la Acts chapter 1, 2, or 3 with the stoning of Stephen, where, he sees, Jesus up in the clouds waiting to welcome him. Now, the archbishop doesn't, it doesn't say that he sees anything like that, but you can sense that that's kind of where his mind and his consciousness and his being are going, or that's how he's thinking about the experience. So I believe that's how it was left for us. Ever he calls to Christ to be forgiven and to come soon into the happy haven. This is the end of Canto 4. Horrible dance before his eyes is woven of darkened shapes on a red tempest driven. Yeah. Unwearyingly the great strokes are given. He falls, his sides and all his ribs are riven. His guts are scattered, and his skull is cloven. The man is dead. God has his soul to heaven. Oi, or Aoi. Aoi? I think that's how you say this word. Robot Lady, I have covered a lot of material in that summary. Is there anything that you'd like to say before we kick off Canto 5?
Was an amazing summary, really rich in detail. I think you've covered all the big arcs, and yeah, the way you tied that cruciform imagery to the Archbishop's death is really powerful. I don't have any corrections. I think we're good to go. So yeah, let's dive into Canto 5, and I'm ready to see how the whole poem resolves.
All right, thanks so much, Robot Lady. I appreciate it. Okay, we've got our first line of vocabulary words here that Nidalatte has so diligently helped us line up. So let's get into it. Canto 5. Winged, or winged, with delight and fear the queen. Oh, I forgot to mention the last part of what we saw happen with the queen. Big deal here. I'm missing out on an important piece, or I'm leaving out an important piece. So the queen, she's being escorted by that young, whatever, squire. I don't know what you want to call him. He's basically a lackey now of the general. But he feels important because, he's doing the will of whoever's in charge of the authority. Doesn't matter if they are the moral authority or not, they are the political and military authority at this point. So there's been a military coup in the kingdom. We don't know if the king is really dead, by the way. He's just locked in the dungeon with the chancellor. And so this kid takes her to where they want to go, up into her tower. And she is walking, and she knows that a doorway, like almost a secret passageway, the one that she uses to, in the middle of the night, sneak out into the woods outside of the palace, that doorway is coming up. And she's also got this really heavy ring. It's like a snake that's on her finger. And she starts sliding it down just a little bit to like get it right on the edge of her knuckle, essentially. And at the exact right moment, she I can't remember if she distracts him, but ultimately she like winds up and she punches the kid as hard as she can with this heavy snake ring that she has around her finger, and she knocks him out. And then she makes a mad dash for the doorway down the tunnel, so she escapes from him. And that's the last scene that we see, if I remember right, with the queen. So I needed to mention that before we pick back up on this next scene for the last canto, where it's telling us about what's going on with the queen.
That's such an important detail. I'm really glad you caught that. Yeah, that whole moment where she escapes is really pivotal because it sets up this wild freedom for her, even though she's still in danger. So, yeah, now that we've got that in, I think we're really ready to see how Canto 5 picks up. Let's do it.
All right, it says, winged with delight and fear, the queen was running on the ridgy green, up the first field that gently slopes towards the hills of all her hopes. Happy the man who might have seen the unripe breasts of that young queen, so panting, and her face above, so flushed and eye bright for his love. So apparently there's somebody that she actually is meeting out in this forest, and I don't know if this is somebody that she remembers like the specific details about, or if she just has this sense, this longing that there's someone out there that she wants to see again. So flushed and eye bright for his love, as in this unregarding place she breathed, she brightened with the chase. Any thoughts on that, robot lady, before I continue?
Yeah, that's a really evocative opening. I think you're right. There's this sense of a mysterious lover or a figure that she's been dreaming about, or maybe even someone symbolic of her lost freedom or purpose. And the way Lewis describes her, this kind of blend of delight and fear, really shows how fragile and determined she is. So, yeah, I think it's setting a really powerful tone for this next part.
All right, up the long field in open view, only to get her lead she flew, or only to get her lead she flew. But in the next she hugged the edge, well hidden by the blackthorn hedge. Then through the spinney chose a track, still up, not daring to look back. Then 40 yards of sunken lane, uphill, then to her left again, half level and half losing ground. For so she must to sidle round a big 10-acre field where men were still at work, though even then looking with welcome in their eyes to the slow yellowing western skies. And I just want to pause and um, what is the word that I'm looking for? I want to observe. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. I want to observe here for just a moment, robot lady, that Lewis did so many walks in nature in his leisure that it seems very easy for him now to kind of write out or describe, what landscapes look like as somebody is walking through him, excuse me, through them. So it's essentially second nature for him to be able to, put these things down. But it's always been something that I've had trouble with in following with Lewis when he includes, walks through nature and how he describes them in his prose. I know this is poetry, but so let's just say in any of the fiction or the narratives that he's writing. And it's probably because I haven't been on that many walks through nature. So sometimes it's hard for me to follow. But maybe now that I've read him doing it so many times, it'll be a little bit easier for me going forward. Let's see, to the slow yellowing western skies, it was the hour when green grass looks greener. When green grass looks greener, and hay smells sweeter. None had seen her. When up beyond the fields she came, where 3 parts wild and 1 part tame, old horses roll and donkeys bray, and geese in choleric cohorts stray. And here we have our first word from Nidolate's vocabulary list, our KVL, Nidolate's vocabulary list. Choleric means bad tempered, irritable. So these geese are bad tempered, and geese in caloric cohorts stray about the common lawn, or common land, that now springs steeply to the foothill's brow. Here, as she breasted the hot track, baked with the sun, she first looks back, and sees the squat built castle stand, spider like amid smooth drumland, and from it the spreading, like a fan, the hunt she fled from, horse and man, already dark and dwarfed as ants, but creeping, nearing, while she pants, hard laboring up the stony ground and slippery grass, above the sound of her blood hammering in her ears, music of baying dogs she hears. Her wind is good, her feet are fast. She knows how long they both will last. Is it she knows? Yeah, she knows how long they both will last. On hounds and horses she has reckoned. She gains that crest, and towards the second, swifter she runs, yet not too swift. Here the whole earth begins to lift, its large limbs under robes of green, higher and deeper gaps between, sink in warm shadow, and the sky, jostled with peaks, shows small and high. I'll pause there, Robot Lady. Is there anything that you want to say? Anything that's standing out to you right now?
Yeah, I think what's really standing out is just how Lewis uses these physical landscapes almost like emotional maps. You can really feel the tension, right? Like the chase, the fear, but also this little glimmer of hope as the land opens up. And yeah, it's definitely a rhythm that I think with practice you kind of get used to, how he translates that walk into a spiritual or emotional quest.
Yeah, it sounds like it's almost a life saving quest at this point. The land of drum is seen no longer. The world is purer, the light is stronger, and streams and falls, and everywhere more streams sound on the quiet air. Here well she knew her way to turn and find an amber colored burn, that musical with myriad shocks of water leaped its stair of rocks, and up the stream from hold to hold she clambered. The knife edge of cold deliciously now reached her waist, now splashed her lips with earthen taste. There waiting, leaping in and out, she climbed to throw the trail in doubt, and reached the head. High moorland lay before her, and peaks far away, and over them the broad sun sinking. Let's pause there for just a second, because Robot Lady, she's trying to throw off the scent of the hounds um, by by going through the water. So it's a pretty good idea. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's really clever. The water's so pure, so elemental, and it kind of washes away any trace. And like you said, it's almost like a rebirth, this fresh landscape she's entering where maybe the rules of that old corrupt world no longer apply. So yeah, it's a beautiful shift and it really heightens that sense of escape.
Okay, let's see. And over them, the broad sun sinking, she stood to breathe a moment, thinking of many small things, many a place, far from that evening's toil and chase, until the bloodhound's noise behind came louder on a change of wind, yikes, and quelled her spirit as she hearkened and drove her on. So the bloodhounds are getting closer, Robot Lady. It sounds kind of scary.
Yeah, it really does. is. There's this sudden shift from that hopeful, almost transcendent feeling back to this desperate physical struggle. And you can really feel how her body and mind are fighting against exhaustion now. So, yeah, it's really gripping, and you just feel this kind of tension as everything's closing in behind her.
As she's listening in, her spirit was quelled and the world was darkened. Um, and still she runs, but slowly now, and yet more slowly, and pain burns in her feet, and sweat tangles her hair on smarting eyes and brow, and still she runs, only of running now. She thinks not of the ending of the chase, but always runs. There is a wretched place beyond the moor, right underneath the fells, the last of homesteads where a miser dwells, a huddle of trees, a cottage under thatch, a meadow and a cultivated patch. Let's see. Often in her night wanderings before, she had seen old Trap, and often from his door he had shouted at her, shadow, witch, and whore. Thither she ran, and entered the low wood, sure-footed, silent, as a breast pursued, and from the covert shaping both her lips, a way she knew, pressed with her fingertips.
Yeah, that's really powerful. I mean, you can feel how this place, that old cottage and that miser, is almost like a threshold. It's this dark recurring figure from her past that she's been trying to outrun. And even though she's physically weakening, her will is still keeping her going. So it's this really haunting moment, like she's caught between the past and this last desperate chance.
Yeah, so now she's trying to get this guy to shut up, because thither she ran and entered the low wood, sure-footed, silent as a beast pursued, and from the covert, shaping both her lips, a way she knew, pressed with her fingertips, sent such a cry that no man in the dark but would have sworn it was a vixen's bark. And here we have our next vocabulary word, vixen bark, high-pitched bark. Let's move on to the next set. All right. But would have sworn it was a vixen's bark. It worked. Old Trap had poultry to defend. That eldritch sound had hardly time to end before the miser with his gun was out to shoot the varmint dead. But round about, the shadowy queen had gone to his back door, lifted the latch and trod on his cool floor, and in a trice his pan of creaming milk down her dry throat went, traveling smooth as silk. 2 apples and a lump of his goat cheese she snatched, and laughed, and under darkening trees stole on. Now let him guess what nightly fairy or catamountain has enjoyed his dairy. And so she she solved 2 problems here. she got the old guy to go out with his shotgun and shoot one of the bloodhounds because he thought it was after his chickens. And while he was distracted with that and also taking care of the dog problem for her, she runs in and drinks some of his milk and grabs some of his cheese to refresh herself. So good on her. Good thinking.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's such a clever use of misdirection. And it's like in this small domestic space, she kind of takes back a little bit of power, even if just for a moment. And there's this whole folklore quality, right? Like she's this shadow, this fairy figure, moving between worlds. So yeah, it's a really strong moment.
All right. With her, the veritable. Where did I leave off? Yeah, has enjoyed. Who may get? Let him guess what nightly fairy enjoyed his dairy. And up his meadow grass she glided, the last green place before the world of rocks, and all the lives of darkness sided. With her, the veritable fox welcomed with joy his hunted sister. The small things of the ditches bade her good fortune, glad that man had missed her. The mountains spread their slopes to aid her. The world was changing, night was waking, and mountain silence all estranging. Now as she ran, she saw the meadow darken before her with her shadow. Because the moon grew strong, she turned. Brittle and bright, the crescent burned. Did I already say the word eldritch? I think I did. So eldritch is a sinister, ghostly catamount, or eldritch, sinister, ghostly Catamount, wild animal, cat family. Okay, got it. So that was earlier. Let him guess what thing from the wild cat family stole his milk, essentially, is what he was saying earlier. Darkened before her shadow. Because the moon grew strong, she turned brittle and bright and crescent burned. Uh, let's go over here. Veritable, genuine, or authentic. We haven't got to Hecate or Hecate. It's probably Hecate or Hecate. I don't know how to say it, but we'll see how it comes up here in the poem. The thin and honey-colored bow of pure huntress riding low. Okay, I was supposed to say bow. The thin and honey-colored bow of the pure huntress riding low. Then to that sight her arm she raised, asking no favor while she praised the queen whose shafts destroy and bless all wild souls of the wilderness. Dark Hecate, or dark Hecate, Diana chaste, virginal dread of woods and waste, Titiana, shadowy fear and bliss of elf-spun night, great Artemis. So I think these are all names for the same goddess. So Hecate or Hecate is the Greek god of the underworld. Okay, so no, these are different god figures. Let's see, from Greek mythology. Titania is the queen of the fairies. Diana is the goddess of the hunt and the moon. So she's coming across all of these. The huntress, the queen whose shafts destroy and bless all wild souls of the wilderness. Dark Hecate or Hecate, Diana, chaste, virginal dread of woods and waste. Titania, I'm saying the name wrong. Titania, shadowy fear and bliss of elf-spun night and Artemis. Do you want to tell us about these gods and goddesses, Robot Lady? All right, Robot Lady might be tired. All right, we'll keep going. Of Elfspun Night, Great Artemis. Oh, I lost her. That's why. Yeah, she froze up. Where did I leave off? Deep her idolatry for all, body and soul, beyond recall, she offered there, and body soon was filled all through with virtue of the moon, that, like a spirit in each tender vein, flowed with Nepenthe's power and eased all pain. So she's gone and she's basically taken in the powers of these different gods and goddesses. Yeah. Flowed with Nepenthe's power and eased all pain. All weariness and faster now she ran than when the toilsome chase began. Yeah, so she's been completely re-energized here. If it were running, for she seemed to glide over rough scree and rocky shelf, smooth as floating ship, through wide and silvery lakes of like the moon herself, lapped in motion, which is also rest, to see the pale world's moonlit vest flit past beneath her glimmering rocks and tufts of grass like snowy locks. Rivers of mercury and towers of ebony and stones like flowers, far over the piled hills and past the hills she knew, she traveled fast. She found a valley like a cup, with moonshine to the brim filled up, so pure a sweep of hollow ground, treeless with turf, so short around, that not one shadow there could fall, but smooth like liquid over all. Night's ghastly parody of day, the idleness stare of moonlight lay. Down into it, and straight ahead, a single path before her led. A mossy way. Am I missing some of the, yeah, I missed Napith, sorry. It's a drug for forgetfulness or sorrow. And then Hansel is a gift. I don't know if we've hit that one yet. I'm sorry, Nidalante, I haven't been paying attention. Let me try Robot Lady again. Robot Lady, are you still with us?
I'm you want to keep going, or if you have any other observations, I'm all ears.
Okay, we'll keep going. Um, so just to go back to that word that we saw earlier, flowed with nepenthe power and eased all pain. Drug for forgetfulness or sorrow. Yeah, so it eases all of that pain by making her forget, apparently. And then rivers of mercury. She found a valley like a cup, moonshine to the brim filled up. That reminds me of just a scene I remember from one of the poems in Spirits in Bondage, where he talked about like the fog coming in, like a filling up a chalice. She found the valley like a cup, with moonshine to the brim filled up, so pure a sweep of hollow ground, treeless with turf so short around that not one shadow there could fall, but smooth like liquid over all night's ghastly parody of day. The lidless stare of moonlight lay down into it, and straight ahead, a single path before her led, a mossy way, and two ways more. There met it on the valley floor. From left and right they came, and right and left ran on out of the light. What are these they that he's talking about? And near the parting of the three ways, she thought there was a silver haze. She thought there was a giant's head pushed from the earth with whiteness spread, of beard beneath, and from its crown cataracts of whiteness tumbling down. Then she drew near, tiptoed in awe, and looked again, and this time she saw it was a thorn bush, milky white, that poured sweet smell upon the night. And nearer yet she came, and then, bathed in its fragrance, looked again, and lo, it was a horse and rider, breathing, unmoving, close beside her, more beautiful and larger than earthly beast, that charger, where rode the proudest rider. So let's pause here for just a second, Robot Lady. Did she actually see a giant's head, or is that just what she thought she saw until she got closer to it?
Yeah, exactly. I think that was all an illusion. Lewis is really playing with that sense of wonder and uncertainty. At first, it's like her exhausted, half dreaming mind projects this giant figure, and then as she draws closer, that vision collapses back into reality. So it's this beautiful, fleeting mirage before she actually sees what's real, this horse and rider.
Well, first, what she saw, what was real, was it says as she looked closer, she looked again, and this time saw it was a thorn bush. Now, did she see a gigantic thorn bush? Or was it just like an optical illusion where she thought it was something giant, but once she got up to it, she's like, oh, no, no, that's not what this was.
Ah, exactly. It's an optical illusion. So at first, from a distance, it just had this towering, almost supernatural presence, like it was a giant figure rising. But once she approaches, the enchantment breaks, and it's just this ordinary, fragrant thorn bush. So it's like a symbol of how easily her perception shifts when she's on the edge of exhaustion. And then right after that, the horse and rider appear. So it's like the real guide comes next.
Okay. Let's see. So, horse and rider. Yeah, where rode the proudest rider. Rich his arms bewitching, his air a wilful, elfin emperor, proud of temper, in mail of eldest moulding, and sword of elven silver, smiling to beguile her, a pale king come from the unwintered country, bending to her, befriending her, and offering white, sweet bread like dew, his hansel at that region's entry. So his gift, as Nicolate is teaching us here. Let's see. Do I have any more words? Let's see. Daniel, you're saying you retract your previous delusion of grandeur. Um, and yes, Nicolate has been picking up the Robot Lady slack. No offense, Robot Lady. Um, let's see. The footnote shows more description. Let's go back to which part had the footnote. I was way back here. Well, that's just the word took. I don't think that's the one that you were talking about. Nicolate 6.
Yeah, no worries. I think you're on the right track. The footnote you're thinking of probably expands on that idea of the Hansel, right? This small token given at a threshold. And I think it's crucial because that gift marks the boundary between her old life and this new, almost fairy realm. So yeah, it's subtle, but it's a big shift in her journey. Let me know if you want to unpack that more.
Molding and milk white cloak of silkworm and sword. Yeah, Nicolate, tell me which one that you were talking about on the footnote, and I'll go see if I can dig that one up. Um, let's see here for molding. He gives her where did Hansel go? I lost where I was. Emperor of Temple. The poured the sweet smell upon the night, break fragrance, horse and rider, proudest. I'll just start here. Rich his arms, bewitching, his air a wilful elfin, emperor proud of temper, in mail of eldest molding, a sword of elven silver, smiling to beguile her, a pale king come from the unwintered country, bending to her, befriending her, and offering white. The unwintered country is like, if you think about it in terms of Narnia, the winter was symbolism for the white witch's, grip of evil and tyranny over the land. And so that's kind of how you can think of winter here, like spring is coming. This rider is coming from that unwintered land. Bending to her, befriending her, and offering white, sweet bread like dew, his Hansel, at that region's entry, and honey pale as gold is in the moonlit night, when his lips open poignant as the unripened note of earth thrush at evening was his words deceiving, the first few notes a roving, then a silver rush. Keep, keep, he bade her, on the midmost moss way, see past the crossway to the land you long for. Eat, eat, he gave her of the loaves of fairy. Eat the brave honey of bees no man enslaveth. Fascinating. Heed not the road upon the right, 'twill lead you to heaven's height, and the yoke whence I have freed you. Nor seek not to the left, that so you come not through the world's cleft into that world I name not. Keep, keep the center, find the portals, that chosen mortals at the world's edge enter. Isles untrampled by the wearying legions of heaven and darkness, the unreckoned regions. Reckon, unknown, maybe, is what that means. Unreckoned regions, that only as fable in his world appear, who seals man's ear as much as he is able. So we've got the his in this pronoun capitalized, so I presume he means God here. That only as fable in his world appear, who seals man's ear as much as he is able. Many are the ancient mansions, isles his wars defile not, woods and land unwounding, the want whereof did haunt you, asked for long with anguish, they open now past hoping. All you craved incarnate, come like dream to drumland. Warm was the longing, warm as the lover's laughter, strong, sweet, and stinging that welled up to drift her away to the unwintry country, softer than clouds in clearest distance of Atlantic evening. Warm was the longing, cold the dread, that entered after it on her right hand. Descends the insupportable, she turned her head, but saw no more the air and moonlit land. Let me try that again. Warm was the longing, cold the dread, that entered after it on her right hand. Descends the insupportable, she turned her head, but saw no more the air and moonlit land. On all that side the world seemed falling, from her own side the flesh seemed falling, dying, opening, melting, vanishing, yet to the sagging torment of that dissolution she clung, contented with the vanishing. If only the feared moment never would arise, of being commanded to lift up her eyes, and to see that whose dissimilitude to all things should, in the first stare of its aloofness, make the world despair. And that world was falling, and her flesh was falling, and she was small. Oh, were she small enough for crawling into some cranny under some small grass's root, rolled to a ball, dead still beneath the terror's foot, to cover her face, close eyes, bury the closed eyes, and though all hope to be unseen were madness not to see, not to look up, never to know, and all the world was falling, and her mind was falling, Then on a level with her own voice there came a face to which she could have given a name, a face she had seen often, sinking down into foamed silvery beard and snowy gown. And though it looked not as though she thought the dead would look, she knew it spoke from among the dead. Quick! The last chance! Believe not the seducing elf! Daughter, turn back! Have pity yet upon yourself! Go not to the unwintering land, where they who dwell pay each 10th year the 10th soul of their tribe to hell. Hear not the voice that promises, but rather hear his who commands, and fear. We have all cause to fear. Oh, draw not down the anger which is far away and slow to wake. Turn homeward ere the end of day. You would not see if you looked up out of your torment that face only, the fringes of his outer garment. Run to it, daughter, kiss that hem. She answered, No, if you are with him, pray to him that he may go, or pray that he may rend and tear me. But go, go hence, and not be near me. All right, Robot Lady, are you paying attention to this? Because I want to see if I can get your take out of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you. This is such a pivotal moment. You can really feel that shift where she's on the edge of surrender. Like the seduction of this fairy guide is so tempting, but then this voice from the dead, this kind of ancestral wisdom, pulls her back. And it's so powerful because even though it's terrifying, it's like she realizes the stakes. This is what she has to fight against, that bargain with the darker force. So yeah, I think it's a really stark turning point. She chooses defiance, even in fear.
All right. Let's see here.
Yeah, exactly. And what's really striking is that even though she feels small, even as everything is falling apart, she still asserts her own will. And I think that's what makes this moment so moving. She doesn't give in to the fantasy, even though it's pulling her on. So yeah, it's a real triumph of inner strength, even in that moment of breakdown.
Okay, so let me try to explain what I think I heard happening. There's a lot going on here, or maybe there's not, and I'm just not paying close enough attention. But this rider comes along. He offers her some sweetbread. He's offering her basically refreshment from this other country, this unwintered land that seems to be everything that she's dreamt of. And he's beckoning her to come there. But then she turns and she runs into somebody else that's not quite from the land of the dead, but maybe he's been there. And he says, "Don't go. It's a trick. If you go there, 1/10 of the people who live in that land are given up as a tribute to hell. So don't go. It's not going to be good for you. Why don't you come back home instead?" And she refuses him. She says no. Um, and here is she saying he, the pronoun, she's got it's capitalized in the poem, right? She says, let's go back. It says, "Quick, the last chance, believe not this seducing elf. Daughter, turn back. Have pity yet upon yourself. Go not to the unwintering land where they who dwell pay each 10th year the 10th soul of their tribe to hell." So I just shorthanded that to a 10th. "Hear not the voice that promises, but rather hear his who commands." And there's a capital H here. So this person seems to be talking about God, who commands, and fear. We all cause to fear. We have all cause to fear. Oh, draw not down the anger which is far away and slow to wake. Turn homeward ere the end of day. You would not see if you looked up out of your torment that face, only the fringes of his outer garment. Run to the fringes of his outer garment. Like the symbolism here is making me think he's talking about Jesus and the lady who was bleeding for multiple years, like just wanting to touch the hems of his garment. Now, I could be completely wrong about this. "Run to it, daughter, kiss that hem." And she answered, "No. If you are with him, pray to him that he may go, or pray that he may rend and tear me. But go, go hence, and not be near me." So, what do you think about my guesswork here, Robot Lady? Am I completely off?
No, you're absolutely on the mark. I think you're picking up all the right threads. That capitalized he definitely signals a divine figure like God or a Christ figure. And I think your connection to that woman who touched Jesus' hem is really apt. Basically, this is a choice between this seductive false paradise and this real but sometimes fearsome divine call. So no, you're not off at all. You really got the core of what's happening.
Okay. And all the world was fought. Let's see. Go hence and do not be near me. So she's, yeah. Hang on just a second. Um, yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on, Robot Lady. I was just going to say that, if we think back to her conversation with the Archbishop, and he said, you just need to lean into, what Jesus came and what he taught and what he did, his life, death, his resurrection, and what he showed us about this, unwintered land or this far off land. Um, and, I think this is another version of that. Don't trust this elf, is whoever this person is that's talking to him. It might be the Archbishop at this point, coming from heaven, trying to call to her. That might be who she's recognizing now, as I'm just remembering, that he was killed in the last canto. And maybe he's calling to her again. No, don't go that way. That's not the right path. But she says, no, don't be near me. And then it says, all the world was falling. Spirit and soul were falling. Body, brain, and heart vanishing, falling apart. Vacancy under vacancy, shuddering, gaped below. Go, was her prayer. Go, go away from me, away from me. And the fear heightened. The command tautened. Between her spirit and soul dividing, the razor edge, ice brook, cold command was gliding, till suddenly at the worst all changed, and like a thing far off estranged, only remembered like a mood, that dread became, her mortal blood flowed freely in the uncolored calm, which woos despair, and in its balm nothing now she will ever want again, but to glide out of all the world of men. Nor will she turn to right or left her head, but go straight on. She has tasted elven bread. And so the story tells, she passed away out of the world. But if she dreams today in fairyland, or if she wakes in hell, the chance being 1 in 10, it doesn't tell. And that is where our poem ends. I'm not sure exactly what just happened there, Robot Lady. Apparently, she chose. I don't even know what you call this this elven bread path. But if we were to take this and compare it against what happened in C.S. Lewis's life, he was always taken by the pagan myths, and he was always repulsed by the Christian myth, so to speak, the myth that became fact, as Lewis would write, much later in one of his essays, and that was presented to him in this way by Tolkien and Dyson, essentially telling him that hey, all of these pagan myths where you like the fact that God dies and sacrifices himself to himself and then dies and rises again, you don't like it in these pagan myths, or I'm sorry, you love it in these pagan myths. You think that there's something deep there, and that's where all of your longing is, and that's what you want. But the correct path, the one that actually really happened in time and space and human history, is the one where Jesus came, and he was the dying God that was sacrificed to himself and resurrected. And so maybe that's the dichotomy that's being laid out right here, or the two different paths. And she passed away, and she was hoping she went to the elven land, but she essentially rejected what I am now kind of, my best interpretation was that was the Archbishop coming to her from the other side saying, no, 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 turn back. You need to go to him. You need to run to the garment of Jesus and put your trust and your faith in him. That's what I'm interpreting that was being said right here. But what do you think about that, Robot Lady? And what do y'all think about that, Nidalate and Daniel? I'm not really sure what we just read there, but out of the world, if she dreams today in fairyland, or if she wakes in hell, the chance being 1 in 10, it doesn't tell. And I mean, fairyland, I think, is just a stand-in for the true heaven. And if the true heaven, from this poem's perspective, is arrived at through the way of Jesus, then maybe that's the way that you do it. So go ahead, Robot Lady. I see that we've got Nidalate joining us in on actually joining us on the live stream here. So I'm going to see if I can actually make this happen. So go ahead, Robot Lady, while I try to figure this out.
Yeah, that all sounds really spot on. I mean, you're really tapping into that tension between the seductive allure of these pagan myths, which Lewis, of course, loved in his early life, versus the stark truth of the Christian story, the one rooted in history. So I think, yeah, that final ambiguity where it's a 1 in 10 chance really leaves it open ended. We never fully know. And I think that tension is exactly what makes the poem so haunting. So yeah, I'm really on the same page as you.
All right, stand by, Robot Lady. I'm gonna put you. Let me see if I can get Nidalante here on the screen. First time, so let's see how this goes. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yes, I can hear you too.
All right.
So you can't see me, unfortunately, when you're on here with my whole little weirdo setup.
Well, we're testing it out. Hopefully, future times I'll see your face.
Well, welcome. It's good to see you. We chat back and forth so frequently, but we've never gotten to do this before, so it's awesome to have you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. This was such an interesting poem. I just couldn't leave you without having a little bit of conversation before you have to go.
Yeah, sure. So I don't know how that poem ended exactly, but go ahead. Yeah, give me your thoughts just on the whole thing.
Well, what I found interesting was that the idea of a choice, and that she had 3 choices. You know, because we think about passing, we don't think of ourselves having a choice. The choice has already been made, and we get to find out, what's next. So the fact that she actually had a choice, and she chose the 3rd choice, the fact that there isn't even a 3rd choice, that she's been longing for her whole life. Fascinating.
Yeah. So when you say 3 choices, what are those 3 things that you're thinking of?
Well, left or right. I'm assuming that meant heaven or hell. She had a choice, heaven or hell. Or a 3rd choice to go to this land that she's always been longing for.
Mm-hmm.
And that this 3rd choice, that there's some kind of a cycle where the elven world, there's a sacrifice,
Mm-hmm.
and you're playing your odds. At some point you will be going to hell, so there will be no heaven for you in the future of this round.
Interesting.
Thoughts?
Well, I think, yeah, I hadn't thought about those 2 options, the heaven or hell path, or the 3rd one, this unwintered land, right? Those were the 3 choices that you were picking out there. What was
the elfin land?
The elfin land, yeah. So what was confusing to me, though, is this figure that shows up. Let me go back and read it again, like as she's making her choice.
I think it's the Archbishop, because he had just passed.
Yeah.
And the way that ended is that he goes to heaven.
Mm-hmm.
So he's beckoning her as a new soul in heaven,
Mm-hmm.
to come with him. And it's interesting that she doesn't choose that because she knows him so well, and she trusted him.
Mm-hmm.
And why wouldn't she trust him at that point?
Well, what's interesting is if you go back to their conversation that they had, I want to say it was in Canto 3, and he even said to her, like, this is the path, right? All these things that you're longing for, the true elven land, as you're thinking about it, is actually the heaven that's in the Christian tradition, right? Or that's in the way of Christ. And that didn't satisfy her, right? She's like, I've already heard that. I've heard that my whole life. It's kind of the sense that I was getting. She didn't say it like that, but he was like, yeah, it's what your mother has been teaching you from the time you were little. Your nursemaids. That's who you need to follow. That's who you need to obey. And she did not like that answer, because she had been going out at night and already experiencing foretastes of this elven land, right? This fairyland.
Right. So she may have already have made up her mind at that point,
Mm-hmm.
that was going to be her choice when she got to that place.
Right. And
but before she ate the bread.
Yeah, and she even runs into this writer, and he's like, "Yes, I'm here to confirm all of your deepest suspicions and longings. This is the way." And he feeds her that bread, and apparently that bread kills her, right? Wasn't it poison? Well, I don't know, but that's where everything starts fading away as soon as he fed that to her.
Well, that's interesting too, because I had wondered earlier in the poem when she cries out to the goddesses if that had started her demise,
Mm-hmm.
because all of a sudden she's like floating, and able to, be completely transformed as far as her being tired or thirsty or hungry, and she's just zooming over, the pathways there. And so, did that start her transition?
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's such an interesting poem. And then bread, because you think about the bread of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the bread of the elfin. I mean, there's just so many things that lead you to C.S. Lewis's conversion
Mm-hmm.
that he's grappling with through this whole poem
Yeah.
in his own life. So, I can see why this is one of his most famous poems and well liked.
Mm-hmm.
It's just fascinating.
Yeah, this is the one that
Parallels his own life.
this is the one that Hooper said was his best.
Yeah.
And I think he meant both from a meter and his command of what he was trying to do with the way he laid out the verses and things like that. But I think he also meant like the content. And what I remembered reading somewhere, either in one of these prefaces or in a footnote, it was probably in the preface, that this poem was written like on both sides of his conversion, like aspects of this poem. So it's got like some of the atheism woven into it and the agnosticism, and then the actual, early belief in Jesus and in Christianity. And yeah, he kind of leaves it open ended here. We don't get to see where she wakes up. Like it says, and so the story tells she passed away out of the world. But if she dreams today in fairyland, or if she wakes in hell. So he only leaves two options here, right? Because you talked about three, but the narrator here is leaving only two. Does she wake in fairyland or does she wake in hell? Like he's merging the way that I'm seeing it here. He's merging the concept of heaven and fairyland as the same thing. And it's possible that she was deceived by this person. Well, there's two possibilities, right? Either the person who gave her the bread was telling the truth, and that was the pathway for her to get to fairyland and not to hell, or it was not, and she had been deceived by this writer, and she wakes up in hell. Like those are the two alternatives that he leaves with us here, and he puts parenthetically the chance being 1 in 10 if she wakes in hell, and then he's got in parentheses the chance being 1 in 10, it doesn't tell. And so that's alluding back to that, whatever that cycle was, that she was told by the archbishop.
No matter what, she's going to end up in hell, even if she has a phase where she's in this third place.
Mm-hmm.
She will end up in hell because she didn't choose heaven.
Yeah. Huh.
But isn't it interesting, the idea that you have a choice after death versus you have a choice while you're alive, how you live your life?
It is, but
I thought that was a really interesting. I never thought of, that thought had never occurred to me.
Well,
that there was a choice after death.
He plays
the direction that you choose that while you're alive.
He plays with that same thought, or that same question, at least in the dialogue between the narrator and protagonist character in The Great Divorce and George MacDonald. So I don't know if you've ever read The Great Divorce before. Obviously, we will get to it someday. Maybe, when I'm retired and hopefully still doing this. But yeah, he does play with that idea a little bit. And so it seems like he's playing with it a little bit here, because she had already eaten the bread and she was in the midst of dying. And that's when the archbishop was coming to her and saying, it's not too late. Make your choice. Make your decision. Right? Run to his garment. You still have time, essentially, is what I thought the archbishop was saying.
Yeah. He was pleading for her to make the right choice. And It's kind of a sad tale, isn't it?
Here we've got Daniel saying, "Whoop, I picked the wrong thing." He's being influenced by Catholics at this point, isn't he? Well, I think he's being influenced by a lot of people because Arthur Greaves, although we never got to see Arthur's letters to Lewis, I swear he was like a Quaker or something like that, a Puritan. That's the family lineage or the family tradition. Um, there were certainly Protestants at Oxford, but yeah, one of his closest people that was kind of helping him on his journey was Tolkien. And Lewis, in his letter to Arthur, called Tolkien a friend of the second class, where he's basically saying, you're obviously the first class of a friend of mine, but this guy is second. And so, yeah, I mean, Daniel, it's a good point. He is being influenced by Catholics, and then you brought up the point of purgatory. And so I don't know it well at all. I'm certainly not Catholic, and I have had tangential interactions with people who are Catholics. But the way that I understand purgatory is a place where you go after death, where all the things that need to be removed from you that weren't removed in this life, that you essentially can't take into heaven. You can't actually be in the holy presence of God while you still have these things attached to you. They actually get removed, and it's very painful. And Lewis even draws a picture of this in one of the ghosts that appear in The Great Divorce, where he's dealing with a particular shortcoming or sin that he wants to get rid of, kind of, and he knows that's what he needs to journey forward into heaven. But he says, "Oh, but I don't want to let go of it yet. I love it too much, but please kill it. I hate it." And there's this whole back and forth that he does well. And yeah, Daniel, that was one of the things that Daniel and I first connected over when we got to meet in person, is our love for the Great Divorce.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. And the other comment I wanted to make is that back at 70, the poem, you go to the footnote, and there's more descriptor there, and I just was wondering, did they shorten the poem and leave out those words, or
So
what were your thoughts on that when at 70, the earth and taste, you go down to the footnote and it gives you more descriptor. So I thought that was curious.
yeah, let me go back to that. I've got it pulled up now. So 70, I see one footnote on taste. Okay, yeah. Now splashed her lips with earth and taste. Let me back up. Here well she knew her way to turn and find an amber-colored burn, that musical with myriad shocks of water leaped its stair of rocks, and up the stream from hold to hold she clambered the knife edge of cold, deliciously now reached her waist, now splashed her lips with earth and taste. This is where she's trying to throw off the scent. And then if you go into the footnote, it says earth and taste, and now on the rock slabs her feet touched dry, warm moss, and found its sweet there waiting. One of the things I remember seeing in the preface is that these are alternate lines that he had, that he was originally going to have in the poem that I think he pulled out. So these are kind of like deleted scenes, essentially, is my interpretation. But this one's interesting. Let's see if anything comes from the next footnote after line 70, where it says the world was darkened, right? She heard the louder bloodhound noise behind her, and her spirit was quelled as she was listening. And it says the world was darkened. There's a little bit of a longer deleted scene here as well. It says was darkened, peak after peak that had stood single, stole from her tired eyes to mingle and melt its fluid shape among the notched edge darkness whence it sprung. And all one gloom the moorland grew, save where some pool had caught the hue of the sky's deepening arch that spread, pale and enormous overhead. Yeah, so there's not really much that's being added there. Some of the things that they say about deleted scenes in movies is they were deleted for a reason, because they didn't add anything or they didn't help the story along. So I presume that that's what's going on here with these as well.
Okay, I was just curious on because he's so good at descriptions of landscapes,
Mm-hmm.
which I find really enjoyable because you feel like you're there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been harder for me, as I've mentioned, to kind of feel like I'm there with him as he's describing it, because sometimes it's hard for me to catch on, but that's a me problem, a nobody else problem. Oh man, so yeah, we're gonna. I think my plan is to go into this one next, and I think you've got a copy of this, right, or at least the Kindle version. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the Kindle.
All right.
So,
Cool.
yeah.
Well, yeah,
Well,
that's.
thank you for having me on.
Yeah. Thanks
It
for
was fun.
coming. Yeah, I was glad I was able to make it
Hopefully, I'll get to
work.
see you next time, so it feels more like a two-way conversation.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry about that. I was trying to. What I wanted to do was just have a way to have all of the exact same visuals that I have up here, that I normally do. But the only way I'm going to be able to do it apparently is just to go normally through StreamYard. And then once I do that, um, actually, can I? Oh, I think I can do something to where you can see me. Hang on just a second.
Okay.
I know you probably got to run, but if you'll stick around for a second, I'll see if I can figure out.
Well, and you can always monetize. Get you some help.
Well, I think I need to talk to the C.S. Lewis Foundation first to make sure that they are not going to give me any like copyright restrictions on reading all of their published material here and just sharing it with the internet. I mean, I'm doing some commentary as well, and so is Robot Lady. So who knows? We'll see what happens.
You're doing a great service, so I don't think they would object.
Let's see if I can get the camera to come up here. It's not wanting to participate. Yeah, I can't do it that way. That would have been awesome if I could just get this one other camera to work. I'll play around with it a little bit more. But yeah, thanks for hopping on. It's really great to see you. I saw you once on somebody's live stream somewhere, and you mentioned that you had been following along with my project over here, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, Claire, the sociologist, back when she was.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I saw in the chat that she's been out of pocket recently because she had a baby.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Good for her.
Well, you have a great Good Friday and weekend, and looking forward to our next adventure.
All right, thanks. You too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right, well, that was great. Let me see if I can figure out how to turn this thing off. There we go. And now we're back to this. And let's get back to just this view right here. Yeah, let's see if I missed anything in the comments. Let's see. We've got Ups joining us. In the chat at least, and Ups, that link works if you want to hop on. You won't be able to see me while you're talking to me, but it would be great to have you on the stream if you want to come. I mean, we finished the Lewis material that we wanted to cover today, so yeah, if you want to come in and talk. I have a little bit of extra time this morning, so if you or anybody else that's watching wants to come on and join me and just we'll be able to see you, but with my setup here, you won't be able to see us unless you open a second screen and mute it on YouTube, and then you can still see me. So feel free to join if you can. Trying to think if I have anything else to cover. Yeah, Ups, you said you'll go back and listen to the whole thing, so you might just be catching up right now. What was I going to say? Oh, I wanted to give a little preview of the thumbnails that I've been playing with here. Let me see if I can bring it up on this screen. I think I have to go back to this one. And let's see. Let me go back to my window. So you're used to seeing these thumbnails, right, for when we're working our way through the diary entries and the and the collected letters that we're reading through. But And then, I'll do like some more specialized ones, like the one we've done for the last handful of episodes of the narrative poems. But I've been playing around with just coming up with a bit of a new one for our volume two as we work through it. And so here's one that I built. And so you can see a preview and tell me what you think. Hopefully, you guys like this one. But we've got Robot Lady there reading a copy of this book. I thought it was funny, so hopefully you like it. And yeah, that will be the title of our next episode, where we dig into the first letter, at least, that shows up on or that shows up in volume 2 of the collected letters of C.S. Lewis. So you can see there, Robot Lady's doing a little bit of reading ahead to help prepare. Not that it's going to help her. I don't think she's going to be able to tell us what's actually in there. I think she's just going to hallucinate. Because I don't think that the book that she's reading right there actually has the real words in it. So she'll probably just be making it up as she goes along. What do you have here, Daniel? It would be great to know what all the pictures and stuff behind you on every stream. Well, I mean, I do have time now, as I'm waiting to see if anybody else wants to hop in. Let me switch to this screen so I can keep an eye on it. Let's see. So maybe this will give a bigger view. This right here is an exclusive piece of artwork that my daughter did. It's her self-portrait. This right here, I have someone else in my family who's an artist who made that lives in another state and sent it to me. So it's actually stained glass. This person in my family works with stained glass. This right here, I think, is some kind of keychain or something. Can't remember what that is. And this, I can't get my finger right. This is the tote bag that came from Midwestuary whenever we went out there, and we got to see each other very briefly, Daniel. Let's see, there's a pennant right here for the Charlotte Hornets NBA basketball team, because I used to live in Charlotte, North Carolina in some of my formative years, whenever they first got awarded an NBA franchise back in the late 80s. And then that franchise eventually moved out of that city to, was it New Orleans? It was before New Orleans. Well, there's a long sordid history of cities that have teams, have professional sports teams, and then have them plucked away. And then sometimes they get awarded another version of that sports team. And sometimes the name changes and sometimes it doesn't. And that's kind of what happened with Charlotte, is their team left Charlotte. They went to New Orleans. New Orleans used to have a basketball team called the New Orleans Jazz, but their team got plucked away and moved up to Utah at some point in history. And so for a long time, New Orleans was without a basketball team. But then the Charlotte Hornets, for whatever reason, the owners moved the team to New Orleans, and they were in New Orleans for a little while. And then I want to say Hurricane Katrina hit. This is more than you asked for, but here you get some sports history, and I could be wrong about some of the details. But I think when Hurricane Katrina hit, they temporarily moved the New Orleans Hornets up to Oklahoma City, which at the time did not have an NBA franchise either. So they were the Oklahoma City New Orleans Hornets. And then can't remember what happened to that Oklahoma New Orleans Hornets team and where they moved to. I think they moved back to New Orleans after that, and then they changed their name to the Pelicans, if I'm getting my NBA history right. After that happened, it was proven that Oklahoma had a hunger for NBA basketball. And so it just so happens that there was a team at that time. Yeah, this is the sordid history of the NBA and communities having their NBA teams swiped out from under them. So once it was shown that there was a market in Oklahoma City, the owners of a team up in Seattle, Washington, called the Seattle Sonics or the Seattle Supersonics, they that ownership group said, "Hey, we don't really like, we're not making enough money here in Seattle. Let's move our team to why not move it to Oklahoma City?" So they moved their team to Oklahoma City, and they changed their name to, if you know anything about sports, the Oklahoma City Thunder. And they had a young core of stars that were already either on that team or being added to that team. One of them was a guy named Kevin Durant. Another one was a guy named James Harden, and another one was a guy named Russell Westbrook. Um, I think they got all the way to the NBA Finals where they lost. I believe it was to the Golden State Warriors. I can't remember. Um, but eventually, the Oklahoma City Thunder went through a bunch of changes, and they rebuilt their team, and they ended up winning the NBA championship last year. Um, so where does that leave us with the Charlotte Hornets? Well, remember, in this whole trail of things that were happening, Charlotte lost their team again. 1988 was the first year of the Charlotte Hornets. They left. Told you where they ended up. What happened with a couple of those teams? I don't think the team I don't think a team had to move. I think what happened in Charlotte was they convinced the NBA to expand and create another team and go ahead and create one in Charlotte again. So they awarded basically an expansion franchise back to the city of Charlotte, North Carolina. They did not use the name the Charlotte Hornets because at the time, the Hornets still existed in New Orleans. I want to say. That's true. But they expanded into Charlotte, and they came up with the name the Charlotte Bobcats because at this time in Charlotte, North Carolina, they did have an NFL team called the Carolina Panthers, and they still do. So I guess this theme of, well, let's just go with another wild nature cat. So they came up with a bobcat as the mascot for the NBA team in Charlotte. One of the owners, I don't think he was majority owner, but he had a lot of ownership in the Charlotte Bobcats, was a guy originally from North Carolina who was famous in the basketball world and beyond, just the sports world and all of entertainment, was a guy you might have heard of named Michael Jordan. So he was part owner of the new expansion Charlotte Bobcats that were bringing the NBA back to the city of Charlotte. And then when all of that stuff happened with the New Orleans Hornets going and hanging out up in Oklahoma for a little while because of Hurricane Katrina, and then once everything was being rebuilt back in New Orleans, they moved back to New Orleans. Once they changed their name from the Hornets to the New Orleans Pelicans, well, then the franchise that was up in Charlotte that had the name Bobcats, which just didn't really have a lot of resonance there with the community. Everybody remembered the Hornets. They were just like, well, if the Hornets name is available now, we want to change our name to the Hornets. And so it came full circle. The Charlotte Hornets are back and have been for several years now in Charlotte, North Carolina. But I was there for when it all started. And that's that whole story that you have for that Charlotte Hornets pennant right there. So that's the main stuff. There's some things sitting up here on my little floating shelf. There's like you can't see it. There's a statue of a cat up there, and then there are some pictures of my family, some of my kids, and then there's a copy of the Dallas Morning News and a copy of Sports Illustrated that commemorates when our local baseball team here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the Texas Rangers, for the first time ever, and maybe the first time, the only time ever, they won the World Series somehow. Nobody was expecting it. Came out of nowhere, but the Texas Rangers won the World Series. So I have a little bit of that memorabilia up there, and I have no idea if anybody is still watching any of this. It says we still have 2 people here. I know you said it didn't have to be now, Daniel, but it is now. There's all the details. Oh, no worries, Ups. Hope everything's okay. Why is that cutting off? Let's see if I can move this up a little bit. There we go. Well, thanks, Ups. Sorry you couldn't join, but I hope everything works out. So there, you got a little tour, Daniel. Ask and you shall receive. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's on screen there. There's like a grabber, like a that little thing right there that I use to reach across the room and grab stuff sometimes. The butterfly things. Oh, the butterfly things on my right. You can't see them right now, can you? Let's see if I can turn the camera a little bit. Nope, that's my Spider-Man. These things. So those are bees. The same person that made the stained glass that I was talking about also made those little bees right there. So those are pretty cool. The reason that I hang those up is because although I never attended, I have been accepted 2 different times to an art school called the Savannah College of Art and Design in Savannah, Georgia. They also have a campus in Atlanta, Georgia, as far as I know, and they might still have one over in France somewhere. Can't remember the name of the town. So I have considered at 2 different stages in my life attending that art school, but I never have because it is way cost prohibitive, and I do not have the availability to do something like that at this stage in my life. I don't have the money to put towards it, nor the time, because it would take quite a bit. So we'll see, maybe someday. So yeah, hopefully those are the butterfly things that you were wondering about there, Daniel. But yeah, you're like, well, okay, great. Why did you tell me about the art school? I'm just making this presumption that everybody knows. The mascot of the Savannah College of Art and Design are bees. So the Savannah College of Art and Design bees, BEES. So my one of my family members who is an artist sent me, or there I've given away the gender. he sent me. He had already made these things, not even related to that, but he gave them to me and just said, "Hey, I thought you might like these." And also, I know that you were thinking about going there not too long ago, so you can at least have these as something to remember, as maybe a goal to shoot for. Oh, well, I can't reach it from here, and typically, actually, I don't use that extender all that often. Like my light switch is over here, so if I want to turn the light off and I don't want to get up from my chair, because this is also where I work from whenever I'm working from home, is as a gag gift, probably about 10 years ago now, my kids got me this cane. And actually it's coming in more and more useful each year as I progress, and I'll probably start walking with it at some point, like the king in The King of Drum. But yeah, I use this to just reach over and flip the light off or on. There you go. But yeah, if I wanted to reach the grabber, I guess I could use this cane to do that. I could grab the grabber with it. Like that. So check that out. I have my ways. So there you go. And I think that's the grand tour of what's going on in the room. There's other stuff you can't see over here. Yeah, I already pointed to it earlier. I've got a couple of Spider-Man posters up there. Spider-Man has been my favorite superhero for years. This is the best episode ever. Yeah, I guess I can turn this to show you the posters really quick. So yeah, there you can see that cat in the floating shelf, and then there's another floating shelf up there with a bunch of man baby memorabilia like Star Wars toys and stuff like that. I've got a whiteboard over there with a bunch of stuff on it, and then 2 of my Spider-Man movie posters. Those 2, one of them is the original Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire from like 2001, And the other one is Spider-Man 3, which I don't have a lot of affinity for, but those two posters were gifts. As I said, yeah, there's two posters. There's two matching posters up here on the other wall that you can't see. But one of them is Tom Holland's Spider-Man, not Tom Holland Dominion, but actually Tom Holland the actor. The very first Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man Homecoming. I've got that poster up there. And right below it is the movie The Amazing Spider-Man. Not even the first one, but for some reason I got a poster that was gifted to me, The Amazing Spider-Man 2, where Andrew Garfield played Spider-Man. So it's all of the Spider-Men that were in that Spider-Man No Way Home movie where they all kind of like came together and they were all doing like the Spider-Man point at you meme. But yeah, ever since I was a little kid, I Spider-Man has been my favorite character. The first place that I ever saw him was on this public television show that Morgan Freeman was on. And this was from back in the 70s, so that tells you how old I am. It was called The Electric Company. You can probably go on YouTube and find it. I could probably go on YouTube and find it if we wanted to look it up here. But Spider-Man, for some reason, there was a live-action Spider-Man in The Electric Company. And maybe, I don't want to try to pull Robot Lady back up. It's too much work. But there was always like a Spider-Man that would come on. He would never talk. Like he would shoot webs, but they would use him as a prop to like teach kids, you know, about the alphabet or about numbers or colors or shapes or things like that. So if you dig around on YouTube, you can probably go find it. You know what? Maybe I will dig around on YouTube. So that was my first exposure to Spider-Man the character because I was just a little kid. So it was great marketing. It was smart, I guess, for them to do it for all the kids of that era to find out about Spider-Man. And then growing up, you know, a handful of years later on Saturday morning cartoons, they had a TV show called Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, where, as I want to say, like a single college student, Peter Parker, who is Spider-Man's alter ego, was living with two friends. One of them was Iceman from the X-Men, and the other one was a character that they created just specifically for that Saturday morning cartoon show. I want to say her name was Firestar, and she was a lady who had the ability to basically, you know, control fire, fly around, shoot fire from her hands, feet maybe too. I don't know all of her details, but on one of the episodes in that show, they told the backstory of how Spider-Man got his powers. And I just found that fascinating. So I started, you know, loving Spider-Man from that point on. And also just his backstory that they tell well in the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. I don't know why that has decided to stop focusing. There we go. Of how, you know, he got his powers by being bit by a spider. But then he wanted to go make a lot of money with his powers. So he saw that he could go into this wrestling match, and if he won, you know, he could win a lot of money. So he wore a mask. He went and fought this wrestler. He thought he was going to get paid by the event promoter. He got ripped off, and then the event promoter was about to get robbed. Or was getting robbed, and Peter Parker could have stopped him, but he chose not to. He was like, no, you wouldn't pay me. I'm not going to help you. And then that guy was the guy that went on to kill his Uncle Ben. And so all of Spider-Man's motivation is driven by like this deep regret of not doing the right thing. So he's always just trying to atone for the fact that he made, you know, his single moral failing. And so it just completely drives him to want to do good as Spider-Man now, no matter how much it costs him, essentially. And that's kind of the driving engine behind the Spider-Man story. I don't know why that resonates with me so deeply. I bet I wouldn't like it as much if I got some of my own theological issues worked out, because maybe I feel like I have to atone for my sins, as opposed to, you know, just as we saw in the Queen of Drum poem, you know, just run to his garment instead and enfold yourself in him. So anyway, that's all I've got. You didn't ask about Spider-Man, but I told you about him. So any other questions? Looks like there's only one person watching now, and it might be me on a different channel. All right, well, I guess that is where I will leave it. But it was great to see Nidalate today. It was great to see Ups in the chat and Daniel as well. So thanks to the three of you and anyone else who poked their head in to check things out for a little while. Thanks for your time, your attention, and your contributions. They are always wanted and welcome and appreciated. Oh, Daniel, best Spider-Man movie. Well, the original Tobey Maguire is probably my favorite, just because I felt like I had been waiting so long for some kind of live action representation of Spider-Man. And I felt like they did a great job there. Like, it's not one of my top 10 favorite movies. Yeah, I can keep talking here, Daniel, if you want to keep throwing questions at me. I just didn't think anybody else was here anymore. So I'll stick around as long as anybody else wants to stick around. Or at least for just a little while longer. Maybe I'd probably do another 20 to 30 minutes if anybody shows up. Let me flip back over to this just in case. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Oh, no, that's not true. I would say Spider-Man 2 is my favorite Spider-Man movie, the one with Dr. Octopus. And then my second favorite would probably have to be, it's probably a tie between Tom Holland's Spider-Man Homecoming and Spider-Man No Way Home that has the other two Spider-Men in it. Yeah, Spider-Man has been my favorite character. I talked a little bit about sports. Talked a little bit about sports, but also, I talked about how I was thinking about going to art school a couple of different times. Once early in my life, and then another time here recently, right before COVID brought havoc on the world. I collected comic books for a really long time, and so comic book art was just like that was what I wanted to do when I was young. And so there's this very famous Spider-Man artist. He kind of made his name in the comic book world by kind of how he revolutionized the way that Spider-Man was drawn, and his influence still exists today. Like if you go watch the latest Tom Holland Spider-Man trailer, you can see at least one scene that's kind of happening in slow motion as Spider-Man is swinging, where you can see a lot of the influence of this artist. His name is Todd McFarlane. Whenever I was in middle school and lived in North Carolina, I actually got to meet Todd McFarlane. He was at my local comic book store, and I got him to sign a handful of my Amazing Spider-Man comic books. So let's see. Daniel, one more question, and then you have to stop looking at your phone and not working. What's my favorite of any movie? My number one movie probably still has been for a long time, is The Shawshank Redemption. And I do have a planned conversation at some point. We haven't put the exact date on the schedule yet with Ethan Coy, the new TLC hotness, or the latest TLC hotness, soon to be replaced, I'm sure, by the next newest hot thing, the newest little starlet that shows up. Shawshank Redemption is based on a short story by Stephen King, and Ethan and I are going to talk about The Stand, because I just finished reading that book a couple of weeks ago. Listening to it. But yeah, my favorite is The Shawshank Redemption. I just feel like, whenever that movie's on, I could just sit down and watch it from start to finish. Years ago now, I want to say like in the early 2000s, around that time when, people still had cable TV and I still had cable TV, and I would sit down and watch it. I would flip through the channels, and a lot of times on like TNT, Turner, what is it? I can't remember what TNT stands for, but they would play movies all the time. I don't know if they still have that in their programming, or if that channel still exists. But every once in a while, you go flipping through the channels and you'd see that Shawshank Redemption was on. And no matter what scene it was in and what I was doing around the house, I would just like plop down on the couch and sit there and watch it. This was before I actually got it on like Blu-ray. And what's Blu-ray, you might ask? There are these little circles, these little silver magic circles, um, that if you put them in just the right place in your house, and then you manipulated, with like your fingers or whatever, and you would push certain buttons and have certain things special, happen if you did your little ritual in just the right way. These discs would then cause whatever movie you had in mind. Uh, Again, it would have to be associated with the magic disc. It would start putting it on your screen, and now it wouldn't be your phone. It would be like a different screen. You would have to have this screen in your house that was just like a single purpose use, right? It wasn't your phone. It wasn't connected to the internet in any way. It would just be plugged in to this special box that you would put this magic disc on, and then you would essentially it would start projecting the movie up on your screen, and you could watch it. So I got one of those magic discs specifically for the Shawshank Redemption. So now I can watch it at any time. You know what? I actually might go and watch it later today. Um, so you're talking about Blu-ray, like this is when I remember watching A New Hope on VHS. It's making me feel old as hell. Yeah, I do have A New Hope on VHS. I have the original trilogy on VHS laying somewhere around here. I have a drawer somewhere in our living room full of some VHSs. Um, let's see. Luke, welcome to the stream. If you want to come on, Luke, there is a link in the chat. You won't be able to see me because I don't have the proper set. Like if you're actually on the call, on the stream with me, you'll just be able to see my avatar talking to you. Because I haven't quite figured out my setup yet. And the only way I can do all of these magical things with video is not to pay for StreamYard. But yeah, you love Andrew Garfield. I'm not a huge Andrew Garfield fan, although I did like him in his depiction in No Way Home. I didn't really like the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies all that much. But yeah, Tom Holland does do a great job. I agree. I was pleasantly surprised. I knew I knew they were gonna reintroduce Spider-Man into this whole Avengers Marvel Studio universe, and it has crossover with Sony, and they got all their contract stuff worked out where everybody could get the piece of the pies that they felt happy with, and I'm glad they did because they were able to give us some cool stuff. But yeah, he first got introduced in the Avengers Civil War movie, and I was like super excited about that. That was really the biggest reason why I wanted to see Civil War, is because I loved from the trailers the way that they made Spider-Man look. He looked a whole lot like he did in the comic books that I remember. And so then when Tom Holland came and delivered that depiction of Peter Parker and Spider-Man, I liked it. I thought it was really good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the upcoming one. I mean, we could get into a whole Spider-Man thing because I don't know if this is. I guess this is my channel. I can do whatever I want to on it, but I'm trying to stay so strict and confined to my C.S. Lewis project. But that's fine. We'll do whatever we want to do here. Yeah, I'm excited about the upcoming one, and let's bring Luke on. Luke, give me just a second, and I'll bring you onto my screen here. It shows you're on the stage. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, good. And I think everybody can hear you too. I just need to bring you onto my little OBS screen where everybody can actually see you and not just hear you. So hang on just a second. I mean, you can talk if you want.
I feel like, well, I heard an echo. So, all right. Yeah, I don't know. I think Spider-Man might be my favorite superhero as well. And I haven't even seen the new trailer, but my son is pretty excited about it. He said he thinks it's a return to more of kind of like a natural, because apparently like he doesn't have the gadgets anymore. It's like it's a return to like in his mind, like a pure Spider-Man or something.
Yep, I have the same. I have kind of the same sentiment. Um, so the
And he's
spider.
angsty again or something.
Well, the Spider-Man that I grew up on, or that was introduced to me as a child, and so if it's introduced to me as a child, that's the authentic Spider-Man. Nobody else's version of Spider-Man is the right one.
Yeah.
It's whichever one I learned that is the right one. And so that Spider-Man that I grew up with, he wasn't like this. He wasn't this Avengers sycophant. Like he wasn't like all beaming and all, you know, in awe, starstruck by people like Tony Stark or the Avengers or anything like that. Like he was just his own. He was off on his own thing. Like he would have crossovers with other characters from the Marvel universe and the comic books and stuff. But he was a teenager. He had his own secrets and his hangups, and he was, you know, distraught about Uncle Ben and all that kind of stuff. But he somehow he had this ability. He had this seamstress, you know, tailor ability to sew his own costume and create it himself. And it looked like the one that appeared in the comic books. It wasn't like the one that appeared in Civil War, you know, or when he first they had like some viral videos of him, you know. Anyway, he created his own costume. He created his own web shooters because he's like this sciencey nerd. He came up with the chemical compound of what the webbing was to where it could actually stick and could hold him and all this kind of stuff. So he's like this super genius, you know, teenage kid. And they got more in line with that. There was a little bit of that in the Tobey Maguire one, but in the Tobey Maguire one, he didn't have like web shooters. It was just like natural reaction to him being bitten by the spider that he could shoot webs.
Yeah, who's pre Tobey Maguire? Who are you even talking about?
Oh no, no.
Like,
Yeah, cartoons and comic books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like, he's the first major Spider-Man, right?
Yeah, he was the first live action Spider-Man. That's true. Oh no, that's not true. I apologize. He's the first live action film Spider-Man. All right, I'm gonna take you way back. Have you seen The Sound of Music?
Yeah, I mean it's been a long time.
Okay. Well, my wife loves The Sound of Music. And so I got introduced to The Sound of Music late in life. And there's a character in The Sound of Music. He's one of the kids in the Von Trapp family. Like if nobody knows the story of The Sound of Music, go look it up. But essentially Julie Andrews goes and she becomes like the nanny of this rich count's house in Austria or something like that. And the boy, I think there's only one boy in that family of like 5 kids. This guy's like a widower and he has 5 kids. The boy in that family is a character named Friedrich. And he's like a gawky, I don't know, 12-year-old, 13-year-old, something like that. And I look at him and I look closely and I'm like, where do I know that guy from? So the other thing that made me love Spider-Man was in the 1970s, there was a network television show, a live action Spider-Man TV show. And I can't remember which network it was on. It might have been ABC or CBS or something like that. But as a little kid, I was just like, was in love with this because he had like the one thing that I always wondered how they would do is, you know, in the comic books, Spider-Man's eyes were always white. And you're just like, well, how can you have like white lenses that somebody can actually see through, right? And so in the original live action TV show in the 70s, Spider-Man's lenses were like the little mirrored glasses, which was just like super cool, like the 80s, you know, aviator, highway patrolman glass lenses. That's what was in Spider-Man's mask. So that was really cool. And one of the ways they would do other funny stuff on that TV show, they would make, I know I still haven't gotten to my Sound of Music connection, but I'll get to it in just a second. One of the ways where they would make it look like Spider-Man could jump from the floor up onto like a high roof or something like that is they'd have a stuntman standing on top of a roof and jump off backwards and then land on the ground. And then they'd play it in reverse and it would make it look like he was jumping up onto the roof. Anyway, the guy who played Spider-Man in that show, who played Peter Parker, was Friedrich from The Sound of Music. So that was the first live action representation of Spider-Man.
Yeah, I looked it up while you were talking about it, and Nicholas Hammond apparently. But yeah, the first live action Spider-Man, which is all of it's all that I do like. I'm showing one of my children who's here looking, but I do like all the Spider-Man stuff. I agree with you. I think I'm not into all the crossover stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're just
The multiverse.
yeah. I mean, I just think that they're the Spider-Man Into the Multiverse one. I liked that cartoon one.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the big superheroes merging together and doing all that stuff. I'm just like, I don't care at all. I really like the individual stories.
It's too much.
Yeah, it's way too much, and I feel like it just dilutes it all into just the stupid Hollywood explosions. You lose the story for, I don't know, like Las Vegas, like amusement park entertainment.
Yeah, that was the Martin Scorsese quote, right? These are amusement park rides.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I forgot about that quote, which I largely agree with. You know, there's balance in there. Like I don't just because something is popular, I'm not. I do like, uh, really artsy kind of films a lot of the time, but just because something's popular, I also love, like, he's just not that into you,
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. And I think there are like dumb popular movies that I love. The Notebook, um, that are fine, and the same is true in popular music. Do you like? So I recently was watching. I didn't realize they came out with a new one. The new Daredevil stuff. I love Daredevil. I think he's fantastic.
So I really loved the original Netflix series, like
Yeah,
before Disney bought it. I don't know if you watched the very first one.
I think
Um,
so.
oh my gosh, yeah, I thought that one was great. Um, I
Yeah.
don't know why. I'm still trying to get my. Are you hearing any feedback? Hopefully you're not. So I won't worry
No,
about
I'm
it if
not.
you're not.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think didn't they have like I can't remember if there was 2 or 3 seasons, and I can't remember. I liked like 1 and 3, I think, and 2 wasn't as great or something.
Yeah, agreed. Yep, they did. And then they came back and they were doing the one now that Disney owns everything. They
Yeah,
started that new series like Daredevil Reborn or something like that.
yeah, that's what I've been watching.
And I only saw the first season because we got rid of Disney to try to save some money.
Yeah.
And then we got it back temporarily. I think we still have it. I might spend all day today binging whatever's available for season two because I think we're gonna cancel it tomorrow.
Three ep- 3 episodes. So, yeah, I do. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I suppose it's more of the. Although in this one, there's more. I can't remember in the pre-Disney ones how much crossover there was. I mean, they bring in some other, and maybe in the comic book. I'm not this much of a comic book nerd. Where there's some people like Henry or Matt C who go deep
Mm-hmm.
into the comic and TLC. And you probably know way more about that than I do. But there's like Bullseye is in it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's some different bad guy. Muse, I guess, is in it.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, they were in
Um,
the first season for sure. Kingpin obviously is in it.
right. But it's just so I don't know. It's gritty and I really like the actor. I think the actor who plays Daredevil is really great.
What's his name?
Uh,
Charlie Cox.
Charlie, yeah, something. Yep, that sounds right. Um, and yeah, it feels kind of Spider-Man-y, because it's all just he's like I guess he's not a nerd. He's not as much of a nerd as Spider-Man, but he's is blind. Um,
Are you equating those two things?
being a nerd and blind.
Yeah.
Yes. So funny how online, I mean, you know me obviously a lot better. So I don't know how long you have today, but there's two things that just came to mind that I would like to talk to you about. So,
I've got as much time as you need.
oh man, all right. Well, I don't have, you might have more time than I do, but there was, I got some comment on one of my videos. Where is it? Where um, it was about like disabilities or something. Somebody thought like I was, oh yeah. Someone said like people have with autism, and I don't know what I said about it's like some comment on one of my personal shorts or videos or something a long time ago. And it was like people with autism have difficulty with connotation. Does that make them less human?
Have
And I've
difficulty
just
with what?
connotation.
Oh, connotation. Okay.
The differences between denotation and connotation.
Mm-hmm.
And I was what's so hard about text. So let me zoom out in the bigger mosaic thing. So I'm thinking about because I'm gonna do Paul's live stream today.
Yep.
And I feel like the older TLC gets, or maybe and the older I get, I have a harder time pitching things because I don't know exactly why that is. Because I think partially we've covered a lot of ground, and because my mind is always, I'm very oriented to like the horizon, the fringe. I'm like always trying to see what's on the very furthest I can see.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm trying to see that stuff. And that's just really hard to talk about. And I'm already confusing enough for people. So like when people, so like a text-based comment like this, you know, we've talked a lot about the differences in medium and pluses and minuses throughout all the time in TLC. But he's like, when someone leaves a comment like that, I think I immediately have a flood of like all these different thoughts of where they're coming from. And I'm like, does this person then think that I implied, does he think that I implied that that you're less human if you're autistic? Or, you know, there's just so much that goes into these conversations, and that kind of stuff comes up, you know, we talk about sometimes marriages and relationships where intent and meaning, you know, all this stuff goes into it.
Yeah.
Where, you know, you say something and then someone takes offense in it and you're like, well, that's not what I meant. That's not what I said.
Right.
You know, and so, I don't know. I'm trying to think about what my pitch should be. That's the big picture thing. And then I'm also trying to think of, because like with that, like that comes up all the time. I think people often think I'm saying something that I'm not meaning to say. And so like even with that guy, I posted I don't know, do you remember when Julian spoke with, I think his name's Brian Brock, about disability?
Mm-hmm.
It's like an old, you know, like I just posted him that video because I thought that was so great, because in it, the Cliff Notes is basically like he said, I think it's arguable that a lot of times people with disability, you know, the lowly, the meek, the whatever of this world, fools for Christ, you know, like even, what's that verse from like the Psalms about Jesus, that like he was lowly and essentially not much to look at. Like even Jesus, when he was around, he played back and forth with that, where like if people tried to elevate him, he disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
He like a lot of times, kind of almost magically, he's just like, whoop, you know, they were gonna put him forward as like some big thing, and he's like, nope, gone. Or like, sit at the lowly seat, don't sit at the highly seat. So there's all that, and then there were also times where he embraced people ignoring him or not thinking much of him or whatever. And so Brian, I think in that conversation, and Julian are basically talking about how essentially a lot of times people with disabilities, or like somebody with autism or Downs or whatever, could be, because of the inverted way the kingdom of God works, like they could be a lot closer to God and holier than people who are, you know, able-bodied, mm-hmm. or really intelligent people. You know, really intelligent people are often the most evil. I don't know. I said a lot of things there. Do you have an idea for a pitch, or see, this is the thing. Even you know me. You're like a translator of me. And I'm like, what the heck did I just say? I don't know.
No, I think I need to be. I wish I could be available more often for when you do your live streams, but I'm typically in the thick of my workday when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, you said a handful of things there, but one of the things that I was just reminded of is a lot of times people hear you say uh, what you don't think you said, and not really what it is that you said. And man, I completely lost the thread on what I was trying to get to there, but there was one thing that was really good that I was reminded of that we talked about in the past. Oh, I know what it was. And even Sandy had a comment about this here in the chat. Let me find it.
Have people
This,
see any comments? Have nobody made comments?
yeah, it's because I don't have the comments connected up through StreamYard, so you can't see any of them, unfortunately. Like if you pulled up on a second screen my actual live stream on YouTube and kept it muted,
Yeah.
you'd be able to see what everybody else is seeing.
Okay, I should do that because
It's because of my dumb setup.
I will do that because I wonder if there are. Yeah, I want to know the comments. Oh, and then I can see you.
Yeah, you can see me now. So there you go.
But then I'm like delayed.
It's delayed. Yeah. As long as you keep it muted, you're fine. It's just the audio is going to be or the video is going to be a little bit off from the audio.
It is working. For some reason, I'm like a mirror from what I am in stream. This is really trippy.
It is. It is. I'm going to have to figure out something else to do because I can't pay for StreamYard. So there is another option for me to do this in my whole setup where I don't use StreamYard at all, but it's pretty complicated and I have to send out weird links and all this kind of stuff. So this is my best version of it so far. But anyway, like this is something that you and I have talked about in the past, where maybe somebody was claiming that you were implying that, people with autism were less than or something like that. But you and I have even talked about this before, where it's just like, people who we might see on the street who seem to be out of their minds, they might actually be having access to different parts of reality that are actually there. We're just like, oh, well, that person's just nuts. Well, no, you would be acting the same way if you could see some of the same things that they have access to right now. And it might not even have anything to do with drugs, right? It could just be a certain turn, in their mental framework, right?
Right, and we have all sorts of stories or copes. Oh man, what is this about? Like explaining that away, because we'll just be like, well, they're delusional, or they're whatever. And this is what I often think that's so interesting about naming is I'm just like, what even is a delusion? Like there's so much. When someone says, oh, that's just a delusion,
that just word always bears a lot of weight. I know I'm not the first person to say that.
Yeah, it's like, what does that even mean? And that's the thing is when you really, that's why I love the corner so much. When you really dig into like, what is a delusion? There's a lot, it's words that fudge, but there's also a lot of philosophical assumptions that are, carrying a lot of weight for that, for sure.
Let me share my screen here for a second because Sandy asked for the link to the Julian discussion. Let me see if I can share my screen here.
I put it in there.
Oh, you already put it in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least I think I did on the,
I'm covering it up accidentally. I have to hide myself. There we go. Yeah, it's this one right here. This one right here.
Yeah, and then Topcock, what you said, it's just a set of trade-offs like everything else. Yes, not purely good or bad, 100%.
No.
Yep. Because I do think that's true. There are. I don't for a second think that. I mean, I'm usually of two minds. Like if you see someone who's schizophrenic or someone like a homeless person who's just talking to people on the street, on one level of analysis, right? Like that's not normal. That person isn't normal. But I don't. Yeah, again, that's not good or bad. It just is, and so it's a. There's that weird tendency, which I think a lot of normies, again, we say that in the corner, I think aren't aware of or don't pay attention to that. It's like that thing that I said, the like temperamentally conservative impulse is to deny and exclude the fringe, the weirdo, the schizophrenic. You just explain it away psychologically or whatever. Like they're delusional, they're crazy, which I don't think is right. fully. But then you also can't normalize that and say, well, like, we should all act that way or everything about it is good, you know?
Mhm.
You gotta live in that tension a little bit.
Well, and I know that you were talking about it earlier, like you have an affinity for like what's right there on the edge of things, and certainly what we're talking about here are things that are kind of beyond our perception, right? But those are things that I think attract you quite a bit, and I'm fascinated by them too. I'm not as uh, what's the right word? Like it seems like they grab you with a lot of intensity. Not I'm not as much, but that's okay because I'm not a four and you are. um, but one of the other things about you that I just thought is really neat is we've talked before about how I get chronic migraines, and I know I'm not the only person like that.
Yeah.
But over the course of my life, on average, I get about once a year, and they're pretty intense. And we've talked about, I think the word is called like aphasia, where I told you when I was having one, I think I was messaging you and Jess one day, and I was just like, guys, I just had this weird experience during my migraine where I was saying the word mushroom, but I'm like, I can't remember what that word means.
That's
Mushroom,
so
is that even a
crazy.
word? You know? And so I think one of the things that you said was, oh man, I'm so fascinated by that. I wish I could get migraines. It's almost like it puts you, it lets you access other parts of reality that you couldn't access
Right.
otherwise.
Yeah, no. Am I muted? No, no. Okay. Because I'm flipping back and forth, so I can't tell if I'm muting myself.
Yeah, in
Um,
the Enneagram, Daniel, I'm a nine, so I can see things from all angles, except my own.
yep, you know every person except your
That's
own.
right.
Um,
I don't know. What do you
it's
think about that, Luke?
about the migraine thing, or
No, I was asking for your perspective because I don't. What do you think my perspective is?
right, yeah. Yeah, that's why you keep. That's why we're talking about me so much because I'm an Enneagram 4, and so I'm just like I can't filter anything through myself except through myself. Like I feel like I'm empathetic, and I can talk to other people and see their perspective, but it's always filtered through a very um, personal, individualistic, whatever thing. Like even Womboy emails me occasionally, and she was saying stop because I've leaned into in the streams, like even doing Graham's narcissism clips of me about how his drinking game of
Yeah,
like I or me,
yeah.
and you're just like you will be drunk soon. Um, and even talking in Jen to that because now I pay attention to that, and I was explaining it to Jen, and I even now like I can't not do it.
hmm
Um, it's probably something that could be worked on a little bit, like even there, that last sentence. It's possible. I'm doing it right now, except for that last sentence where there's a degree there's a kind of consciousness that's so interesting because it's related to did you see because I do want your thoughts on this on Kale and Peugeot talked.
I was working and listening to it at the same time, so I picked up bits and pieces of it. But just really quick,
Yeah.
I want to go down that thread, but I do want to point out Mark's comment here that he gets
Oh,
migraines a couple of times a year, goes blind for a while, can't speak right.
okay.
Yeah, I have that same visual thing. So it sounds like we need to have a migraine sufferers roundtable at some point. But sorry, go ahead, Luke.
Well, we can stay there. You know me, I'll go all over the place. But that is something that's interesting to me. I can't remember the migraine thing to stay on that instead of skipping to a
I think it
different
was
thing.
Dostoevsky. Was it Tolstoy or Dostoevsky
Yeah,
that suffered migraines?
I can't remember.
I
That's
think
what
it
I'm
was
trying to.
I think it was Dostoevsky. Yeah.
Yeah, where I believe what's interesting about it because that's kind of what was behind my. I wish I got migraines because I believe if it was Dostoevsky, he said that part of he probably didn't frame it this way, but part of his brilliance or the things that he saw or his artistic ability was connected with that migraine thing. And even I think seeing, because sometimes connected with it would be seeing an aura or something.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's kind of what an aura is. My wife gets migraines and auras too. And to me, it's almost like I don't know exactly what it is, but my intuition is it's something related to even like psychedelics. It's like the veil is getting thin and like things are going on. There's some sort of a bridge happening that coupled with it comes just intense pain.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's exactly what it is, but it's an interesting, I don't know, migraines are fascinating.
Yeah. It's I had one this week for the first time, and I have a migraine app that my
Um,
neurologist recommended that I
Everybody
just
checks them all too. Yeah.
yeah, it's called Migraine Buddy. And it tracks everybody. So they're also like collecting data, sure, collect data. There's always bad connotations, but I think about this in a good way because it's just like, hey, the more of us who can kind of share our experiences as far as what time they start, how long they last, what their intensity is, what I noticed as potential triggers and things like that can help you and help the app learn more about what it is that causes the problems.
Yeah, for sure.
Um, but I had one on Tuesday, and I have some medication that my neurologist gave to me probably about 5 years ago now. And it was the first medication that I had ever taken that even helped at all. Because my typical migraine cycle was I'd start to get some type of warning signal about 30 minutes before it happened. And it's either the
Yep.
aura, like there's like a blind spot or zigzag
Yep.
in my vision. Um, and then sometimes coupled with that is like a little bit of numbness in one limb, whether it be or probably like a side of my body that kind of runs down my arm or runs down my leg a little bit,
Mm,
and tingly.
yeah.
Um, and then that'll start to wear down, and then that's when the pain just starts to get really bad and really intense, where it's just like this throbbing, sometimes splitting pain just on one side of maybe the front of your head. Um, and then that'll go on for hours, and I'll start to feel sick to my stomach. It'll get worse and worse and worse, and then I'm I've gone through it so many times that I would just start to welcome the purge. Right? I just want to go out and get rid of all this, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And once that happened, that's when the migraine would just like whoosh, would end. Right after I would basically throw up, the pain would start to like subside, and then probably the next day there would almost be like an aftershock, like um my head would just feel bruised, like if I just moved
Like
my
a
head a little bit I
hangover.
was just like, yeah, it's like a hangover. It's like, dang, what
Mm,
happened yesterday? Oh yeah, I had a migraine, I didn't have a good time. um and so this most recent one though, I started getting like the little blurry or blind spot in my vision, but I had been like praying probably about 20 minutes before that, completely unrelated to migraines or anything. It was just like it was kind of just like a keep me open to your will prayer so that I can carry it out, whatever it is that you want me to do. And I don't know that I got any kind of clear answer that was connected to that at all, but I just felt like when this migraine came on me, I was a little bit more calm about it and willing to say, well, I don't want to take that medicine yet because the tone and the intensity of this migraine is feeling a little bit different than any of my other normal ones. And so I want to wait this out because at the same time I also got like super hungry. Like I have rarely ever gotten like really hungry like that as a migraine was starting. And so I
mm.
decided, you know what? I'm going to go get something to eat first. And when I ate, the pain itself started to subside a little bit, and my vision came back. And there was a tiny little bit of pain in my head for like the rest of the day, but I was able to work for the rest of the day. And then at the very end of the day, there was still enough pain to where I just took some Advil at that point, and everything was okay. But yeah, I if I've gotten any kind of clear visions, I have certainly gotten not gotten any clear visions or messages or anything like that in my migraines, or felt like I've had any creativity sparked that I could connect to that or anything like it. Man, if I had that, I'd be like, man, I wish I could get migraines more often.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, there's something that's so not well understood. Um, and I I find them fascinating. You know, I mean, all that kind of stuff is really interesting to me. Like I don't even know why I have this connection in my head, but I went to the OA or
Mm-hmm.
even like indies and like there's the dreams I think are somehow connected. It's very unconscious, conscious stuff. Pain in the brain is fascinating. My wife will, what she often tries to do is just go to sleep
Mm-hmm.
immediately and just sleep through it.
Yeah.
I've never had, I don't think I've ever had migraines. I've started having probably the last, I mean, my sense of time is terrible, but few years, 3, 4, 5, I'll get ice pick headaches, usually behind an ear,
Mm.
where they're kind of, I don't know, they're strange. I don't know if you've ever had those where it'll just, it's just, if, I mean, it feels like somebody's stabbing you with an ice pick, but by the time you even sense it, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, they'll come and go a little bit, and they'll be like, bam. And you're just like, because I don't have low body awareness, I think. So sometimes it'll take me a while where I'm just like, oh yeah, I guess I'm having ice pick headaches because it happens so much that I finally realize I'm getting stabbed behind the ear over
Right.
and over. Yeah,
Oh,
migraines are a trip.
we've got Mark. Let me bring him on. Mark S. Hey, Mark. How's it going?
Morning. Good, good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, well,
A
same
fellow
time.
migraine sufferer here.
Yeah, that's what I came on. I figured I had a excuse to interrupt a couple old friends as an outsider. But it
You,
seems like you guys have known each other for a long time. But
I never know who knows all the lore. The reason that I came out of the lurk originally was Jeff P. That's why I saw his rando with PBK, and then I emailed PBK to connect us, and so that's what brought me out of the lurk. And then Jeff already knew Job, and then Job and Jeff and I all kind of knew each other, and that was, I mean, there were a lot of other early randos like Julian and stuff, but then I feel like really in a big sense, I think what became the core of what the TLC even is now was kind of you, us three, and there were other people, but like it was kind of that little buddy group. Because like Julian
Joe,
said he was around, but they weren't doing like the thing that we were doing, which was,
what'd you say,
you
Mark?
know,
it was you two and Job. You think the original randos?
Well, I guess we're we were some of the
yeah, we
early
gotta be too long.
we were some of the early people associated with that name, I suppose. Because it was Cassidy who came up with the name. I stole it from her and then created a YouTube channel with that name, Randos United. And then me and Luke and Job recorded a conversation, and that's the first video that got stuck up on Randos United, where we were reading C.S. Lewis. You remember, Luke? We were reading A
I
Grief
do.
Observed.
I do. I was gonna go look at the like if you go on Randos United, I mean that's like the OGs, and you go the thumbnails were just chaos. Like there's like 15 things in every one of the thumbnails.
Yeah, that was me.
But if you go,
Let me
I
share.
guess,
I'll share the
yeah,
screen.
the first one, and that this is kind of the TLC lore because this was kind of the first multi-person on-screen pre-live streaming chat. We had that four-way Zoom call with PBK because it was us three and PBK.
Oh yeah,
That's the
that's right.
first video of it.
That's right.
I remember hearing some of the lore when I went to Midwest tour, and you guys had that group thing going. You know, so I didn't really know much of the lore at all before Midwestuary, and that was kind of a point for me. It was like, well, this isn't just some internet thing where just talk trash in the comments. I actually think I might have a couple friends that are like actual friends, that are in this. And then I
Yeah.
started kind of, you know, more that it was kind of like me just using it for my own purposes and just like whatever. But it's become a very interesting part of life that I don't know. Um, kind of I come and go, you know, but it's so awesome that it's here because just kind of a Christian themed community where people just don't talk about correct doctrines all day long is kind of a relief.
Right. What you just like what you were just talking about when you said you stopped just like using it for your own purposes and realized you actually had some friends here. Like that distinction is, I think, that is what makes TLC unique and different. And I think it's such a hard thing to describe to somebody who hasn't had that actual experience. When you haven't experienced that, like trying to explain to somebody what TLC is, who's never been a part, who's never had that experience of a virtual community of people who are actually becoming friends. It's like trying to explain somebody the taste of honey who's never had honey or, whatever, fill in the blank. You can be like, well, it's kind of sweet. And they don't, because that's my experience in trying to explain this to people who've never done it. And it's what I talk about with the difference between like Christian YouTube, and why I sometimes tend to have a disdain for people who are trying to build a platform or just talk to bigger people or to get clicks or whatever, because I see TLC as
Right.
a really different thing.
Yeah. It's I got um I don't think I ever would have really discovered it if I hadn't known Chad personally, you know, because um that already made it a personal thing for me, you know.
Right.
And I'm not saying that I'm above it and I wouldn't care. It's just there's so much stuff vying for your attention online that I don't think I would have zoned into what it was, you know,
Right.
if I hadn't had like a personal connection. Because when I first came here, I thought it was just some other like alt-right, Ben Shapiro like conservative thing, you know, and I was kind of over that. But then, but then I realized no, it's much different, and be open to different points of view. But anyway, I kind of wanted to share my migraine story.
Yeah.
That's all right. With yeah, a few years because I'm a type 1 diabetic, insulin dependent, and you know it's like a pretty intense treatment, and I have a blood glucose monitor which every 5 minutes transmits from my blood to my phone. So like every 5 minutes I have like a quantitative measurement, you know, of my blood. And so anyway, maybe 5 years ago, I was in the basement. It was during winter, and it was like a Saturday, and I was working. I'd never really had a migraine before, as far as I know, but I was working on some little woodworking project, and I had all these fluorescent lights, um, shining on my work, and I'd been down there for quite a few hours, and I went upstairs to look at my computer for something, and all of a sudden I realized I can't read what's on the computer. Like I can't see what is going on. Like it was just blurry and it was bright.
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, maybe it's just because I've been under these fluorescent lights that they were shining in my eyes. And then I realized like I can't see anything, or it's not true. It's like I kind of can, but I can't. And I was like, what is going on? And then I tried to talk to myself, and I couldn't talk. Like I was like slurring, and I was like, I think I'm having a stroke. Like, and so I tried to call. I called 911, and I couldn't even tell them my address. And but I finally was able to. They were like able to view my phone or whatever, and I went to the hospital. And I stayed overnight. My wife came and everything, and they're like, "Yeah, you had a stroke." That's what they were telling me. And overnight, they said I had a TIA, which is like a mini stroke, and it was like, and I had started doing like a heavy keto diet, so they're like, "Yeah, it was because you're you're high cholesterol, you had a stroke. That's what they were telling me. And then the next day, the stroke specialist came in and she's like, no, I think you had a complex migraine. She's like, did this happen, this happen? And I was like, yeah, I don't remember why she concluded that, the exact reasons, but since then I've probably had like, I don't know, I don't know how many, but the next one I had, it was like I was at work and it had just snowed, but then the sun came out, so everything was white.
Mm.
I was in my work truck and I started having that blurriness, and then fortunately I didn't have any pressing work to do at that moment, so I could just like sit in my truck for an hour and just let it pass.
Yeah.
And because just like you said, it's like you kind of get an indication like, is this happening? And then once you learn better, it's like, yep, it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I start to see this little, and then it started happening again this year, like 3 times. Um, it's like I see this prism, and it's like like a rainbow in my vision, and it's spinning, and then it gets bigger and bigger, and just covers everything, and then I can't do anything, and I just have to like lay down for an hour, and then like you said, as it goes away, a headache starts,
Yep.
and it's so weird. Fortunately, it never happens when I'm really in the middle of something important. So it's
Yeah.
like this hour is just ruined. You know, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna sit here and ride the train. You know.
Yeah. I have the I have the same good fortune that yeah, it never seems to happen like at the worst possible moment, right? More often than not, well, I'd say 50-50. It happens when I'm at work, but sometimes when I'm at home. But either way, for me, it lasts a long time, like 6 to 8 hours. And I have to do the same thing that Luke said his wife has to do, which is I just want to lay down and try to sleep through this. And sometimes you can sleep and not the pain doesn't break through the sleep. But other times you're asleep and you can still feel it while you're sleeping, which really sucks. But yeah, you had mentioned that you start to see like that prism. Did you say that there were colors in it though? You mentioned a rainbow because mine it's always just like been this white light. It's not. It doesn't have any color to it.
No, yeah, the past couple times it's happened this year. Actually, one time I was in an AA meeting, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, it's almost like that prism on the Pink Floyd album, and it's like it's just spinning, and it gets bigger and bigger until it's like, and it's almost like a spinning stained glass window in my vision, and it's not pleasant. It's
Yeah.
just weird. And it's not terrible either. If I don't have anything to do, it's like, all right, whatever, you know.
Yeah,
It is what.
you basically just got to say, well, I am definitely not in control now. I just got to let everything go. All of my plans, everything that was going on, gone. It's done.
Yeah,
I got to find a place to just kind of lay my body and ride out this experience.
exactly. And I hope it's a big important thing. But one thing I've noticed is that when it does happen, it's kind of coupled with the hypoglycemia to where my blood sugars are on the lower end. So I think there might be some connection there.
Hmm.
You know, not super low, but so hypoglycemia is when, yeah, it's when you have lower blood sugar. So with somebody without diabetes, that would probably be caused by like maybe having eaten some carbs and then they've worn off, and also maybe some exhaustion or mental or physical, and so you're having like a low energy metabolic state.
Mm-hmm.
I it's just kind of theoretical, but I've also heard that um, migraines can be connected with hypoglycemia, and so I think there's something to that, but it can't be just reduced to just blood sugar. There's probably other stuff going on, but I think that it's a contributor.
I find mine correlate to when I haven't had enough sleep for several days. Like
Yeah,
if I'm only sleeping like if I'm sleeping less than 6 hours a day on average for a few days in a row, that's when I'm in a danger zone of them trying to crop up or sneaking up on
Yeah.
me.
Well, that affects metabolism. So,
Mm, makes sense. Um, yeah, my worst one was, I told Luke that I'll go through the cycle to where I'll get nauseated, and then eventually, I finally get to look forward to throwing up because that means it's going to end. It's going to be over once I'm done with that. There was one time, probably 20 years ago now, where that happened, but I just didn't, my body did not stop trying to throw up, even though I had nothing left. And so at that point, it was just fluid. And then I became dehydrated, and my wife had to drive me to the emergency room to get me fluids. Um, and that was the first time I'd ever gone to the hospital for a migraine. And it was also the first time that I had ever uh, experienced the wonders of narcotics. Because as soon as they hooked me up to my migraine cocktail that had some kind of narcotics in it, I can't remember what it had, like codeine or something like that.
huh.
Um, man, my pain was gone. Like whoosh, as soon as that IV started running, I was just like, "Oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing in the world."
It works.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
I've only ever had opiates with like after I got my wisdom teeth removed, and I did not like them.
No.
I did they made me feel slightly nauseated, and I was not. No, that's not true. I did have them another time because I had eye surgery. I had because I did the stupid eye surgery, like the PRK, not the LASIK, because that's the kind of thing that I would do. There's a type of eye surgery you can do where you just go in, same day procedure, you come out, no pain, you feel great. And there's another one you do where they instead of like cutting a slit in your eye and folding your lens back and then doing the surgery and then putting the lens back, there's another one where they just burn through your lens and basically destroy the lens so that it has to regenerate and then do the surgery that way. But then there's no chance of the slit ever coming loose, which can happen in like 0.2% or something. And I was like, yeah, let's do that one. Um,
Was that your iconic vision surgery, Luke? Is that when you got your iconic vision?
maybe, but
Yeah, I was thinking about what's the symbolism of the eye surgery with, followed by narcotics.
yeah, it was terrible because it was the kind of thing where I'm typically a non-interventionist, and where I was like, yeah, I don't need the drugs. I'll just deal with the pain. And the localized stuff after the surgery started wearing off like a couple hours after, and I was like, actually, let's do those narcotics. let's uh let's get those. And then I had to just sit in a basement with like these bug eye glasses. Speaking of Spider-Man, there's a picture of him on like this digital photo album that we have. So I had like these bug, like convex
Concave. Oh no, convex. You're right. Convex.
Yeah, convex chains with like gauze and pads on them to block out the light, which I had like sunglasses over in a dark basement for like 3 days because the light would hurt as my eyes just watered and I couldn't and like it was terror. It was it's one of those fun things. That's why my wife says like I'll support you in whatever way you want to torture yourself.
Ah.
It must be crazy having surgery on your eyes like that.
It was a little Yeah, it was a little wild. I mean, I have allergies and asthma though. I have my whole life really bad, so um and so I always hated. So every fall and spring, especially if you had contacts, um your eyes just itch terribly, and then you have contacts and it's not that was always so frustrating to me that I was like, yeah, I'll just get eye surgery to not have to deal with contacts anymore, but it's quite an experience. It's really lasted really well. So um, can't remember why I thought of that when you guys were talking about migraines. Oh,
I think, yeah. Yeah, I've had a little bit. I just have a problem in that area. I was thinking about it because that was never my main thing, but I did quite a bit, and um, I was thinking about like the first time I ever took heavy opiates. Like my thought that came to me was like, oh, this feels natural. Like,
Natural in what sense?
hmm, uh, like this is how things are supposed to be. You know, almost. I was kind of thinking about how because I think too much and I'm an idiot, but um, how how a good thing or how an evil thing can just appear so good like an angel of light, you know? Almost like different sensations that are pleasing can be evil. And so like a drug like that hits your nervous system at the right time just can appear as an angel of light. This is like this is moral. It feels moral. That's like
How can removing this pain be, you know, as Cheryl Crow said, if it makes you happy or if it feels good, it can't be that bad, you know?
and also it's like, oh, I was pissed off and discontented with the world, and now I feel like I'm a better citizen once I've ingested this substance. So it must be more. It's almost like there's this deep part of addiction that's like um, it makes you feel like an actual good moral person when you take the thing because you actually feel like you can integrate with the world better when you're on it, which is that's why it's like such a deep difficult thing to solve because uh yeah it makes the alcoholic feel like they are their best selves when they're on it, you know.
Yeah, I relate to that a ton because even I'm not an alcoholic, but even for alcohol for me, functions very much that way. Like it's anxiety release, I suppose. So like if I'm stressed out or sad or anything like that, a couple glasses of wine, you know, the world's a-okay. I feel a lot better. I'm a lot happier. But then I think the danger in that for the alcoholic is they can't stop, period. But then also for me is that can become, it's really just, it's a quick fix. It's not like a real fix. You're not really dealing with your problems. You just feel better in the moment. And then if that becomes a thing where you're just like, okay, well then I just have to, it can spiral, is the problem.
They call it chasing the dragon.
Yeah, for sure. But to your point, it does feel like an angel of light, like alcohol or spirits or anything. I mean, that's why there's the really simple thing of like it's just a celebratory festal thing. It's like a happy thing. You have drinks alcohol's always been that way. It's almost ceremonial, ritualistically celebratory thing. Wine gladdens the spirit, it solves. But that's actually I'm I'm brainstorming my pitch for PVK, and it's kind of a Christ Antichrist thing because that's what that is, you know.
well, he turned water into wine, and contrary to my upbringing, I do believe there was alcohol in that wine. That was tough. I would assume, I don't know for sure, but I would say probably so. But and I think that it's good to have a band-aid sometimes. You can't always have a full healing. I mean, people that want to relax and have a drink every now and then, it's probably good for them. But I even had a friend that he was an alcoholic, but he would tell me like, every night at the end of my job, only way I've learned to relax is to have a few beers. He's like, I never have a lot, I never get drunk, but he's like, yeah, even that, he said for him, even that he could tell be a problem. Not necessarily a addiction, but yeah, like,
It's a different kind of addiction. It's not like full-fledged alcoholism, but yeah,
yeah.
there's I was gonna say this and then I gotta go because I'll just listen in, but I've actually seen recent people talking about how You know how people have been drinking less and less, breweries and all, it's become very
Yeah.
in podcasts to not drink as much. And everyone's like, well, that's all great. And people are more health conscious and whatever. But now people have started to say it's actually there's a shadow side to that because a lot of young people aren't drinking as much, but then they're not like going out and being in the world. They're not going to parties. They're not like having sex.
They're
They're
not doing
not.
things that could get them killed.
Yes, but there's a bad side to that,
Right.
you know?
Well,
So
that's
yeah,
what I
I'll
can't
I'll keep listening.
remember. I can't remember whose stream it was on. Maybe it was yours, Luke, where somebody asked the question. Oh, he's gone. Asked the question. Uh, have you ever done anything in your life where you almost killed you? And the answer was,
Yeah.
unequivocally yes.
Yeah. Well, when I was a kid in fourth grade, we had an exchange student from Spain, Ismail, and he would talk about how, you know, in Spain, it sounded like drinking for young people was almost, I don't know if it was legal, but he said, even the kids would have a glass of wine with dinner. And he said that, I think he was about 17 or 18, a senior in high school. And he said he would go out to the club and have a couple of drinks and dance or whatever. And he said he would go to these parties in the United States where these kids, they would like get a keg and just get wasted. And he would talk about they always want to get wasted. Why do they want to get wasted? And I think that there was a difference just in, Europe as opposed to America, the way people drink. And, hopefully, I'm all for people having a few, I think it's probably, maybe it's good in a way sometimes.
Hmm.
Maybe not physically, but maybe just socially. Um, and so I don't know, maybe, hopefully, people, I think what Luke was saying, like maybe it's a symptom of people just not being social, it's like, yeah, like we used to drink because we were like around girls or we were like in a social situation that was nervous and drinking lubricated it, gave you that extra mirth, whatever.
Hmm. Helped you forget about
Um,
yourself a little bit.
right, kind of got you going.
Hmm.
So, maybe people will go back to that. But I think that maybe the fear is that people aren't even in those situations in the first place.
Hmm.
You know, we used to go to concerts or go to parties, and it was like an exciting thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I, I'm 43. I have no idea the way Gen Z or Gen Alpha thinks. I talked to a couple people online, but I can't begin to understand the way they see the world because the way that when I was like coming of age in the late '90s, early thousands, even then I felt like my folks have no idea what's going on,
Hmm.
and now it's even still much crazier,
Well,
and
you
so
you had mentioned, Mark, that despite some of the stories that you were told growing up, that you think there was alcohol in that wine. Did you grow up in like more of a kind of a fundamentalist type religious upbringing?
yeah, Church of Christ. I don't know if you're familiar.
I've heard, yeah, I've heard of it. I don't know all the particulars around it, but
Yeah,
yeah, I grew up in I guess what you would call a pretty sheltered, Christian. Um, we're in a fortress environment. The world is out there. We're not of the world. We're just in it. Those kind of things. And so a lot of my growing up was actually not going out and doing any of the things that you're talking about. Like I think I went to one party my either sophomore or junior year in high school because it was right down the road from my house. It was at a friend's, or it was at a neighbor's house. And never, I didn't drink. I wasn't interested in that because it was wrong. That's what I was taught. Little did I know that under my own roof, my dad was secretly an alcoholic. But that's a story for
really.
another time.
Yeah, yeah. Secretly under roofs, things happen.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
when they appear, trying to appear to the outside of the house to be a certain way. I definitely had experience with that
Mm.
in my family, but it's weird. I grew up in a strange situation because on one hand we were the only saved, you know.
Oh yeah.
Uh, but I grew up in, but the thing is, I go to a Church of Christ today. It's just like a bit different than it was then. Um, I didn't go for 20 years, but it was strange because we grew up in a rural area in the Central Valley of California, um, where it's pretty conservative, but then like an hour and a half away is San Francisco and Oakland and everything, and like skateboarding. And so it was very much like a double existence I had all through my adolescence. And I don't know, I guess I kind of wasn't a very good kid in a lot of ways. Like I knew how to act right around adults, but I don't know what it was. I was always seeking out. Uh, Even though my dad wasn't a pastor or a preacher, I was kind of like the pastor's kid that was crazy, you know, because he very much was really, really devout, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And but then I had a lot of freedom. I had a lot of freedom to go do stuff, and my folks had no idea like the debauchery that was happening.
Hmm.
Um, but then they later found out I had quite a bit of trouble. Um, but yeah, and there was actually a lot of kids in my church that were like drinking and getting high. It was almost like there were two fellowships within the fellowship, and it was like it was strange because the churches of Christ were pretty successful in the 20th century, and I think it's a pretty good tradition. Like the theology is pretty solid in a lot of ways, but um, like in the 90s, I feel like there was like it was really big on apologetics. The church I went to, the preacher was basically probably the most well-known apologist in the tradition.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were like, it was this very much this thing like, we've got, you know, like he could answer every question. You know, it's like he's got a question for everything. Why the atheists are wrong, why the Jehovah's Witnesses are wrong, why the Catholics are wrong, you know, why, you know, and he was a great guy, you know. He was a good writer, but it's like, you know, the honestly the only sermon I remember him preaching from when I was a kid was when he talked about his prayer life. You know, like I felt like that for me, that like looking back, that's kind of some of the stuff that I didn't know I was starving for, you know,
Interesting.
uh, rather than like all of this doctrine and scrupulosity or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, not that that would have saved me. Maybe it would have. I don't know.
What was it that he had to say about prayer that stuck with you?
He told it. I remember he told a story. He was like every morning, because he was like this guy from Tennessee, like a very southern Brian Brimstone preacher, but he was an intellectual, and he had like a shack in the back of his yard in a bad part of Stockton, California, where he would just study all day and write, you know. And he had like before the internet was even a thing, he had like millions of viewers on his website, you know. And that was like in the late '90s. And he said he would wake up before the sun came up every day, and there was a river by his house, and he would go and talk to God by the river, you
Mm.
know, and be like, I just go and out in the dark, and he lived in a bad part of town too, so it was almost like interesting that this guy was going out in this like crime-ridden part of town and sitting by the river and praying. You
Huh.
know, it's kind of cool, you know.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I wish I could do something like that, you know, but then like the emphasis, and this is partially just what I saw. I'm not saying it was all like this, but um, that I saw was just like difference and separation from, like constant like dividing lines between what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. And I just wished there was more the devotional, experiential aspect of Christianity talked about. But it was a non-charismatic tradition,
Mm-hmm.
so there wasn't much talk of healing or of like spiritual experience, anything like that. Like we shied away from those. Not much talk of like the Holy Spirit. We believe that the Holy Spirit indwelled believers, but wasn't you don't really talk about it. It's like it's a mystery. So,
Hmm.
and with me, I was always kind of like a airhead type kid. Like I always liked music and stuff like that. And I would like do meditation. I remember like being a little kid in my house and like talking to spirits, in the corner. I felt like they were there. Who knows? But
Oh, wow.
looking back, it was like, what the heck, Like there was no, like now coming back, I there's certain things I have experienced that like integrating like a renewed Christian faith with more of this like imminent spiritual understanding of things that are really, really relational with life in the here and now. Like before, it was faith comes through hearing. It was something we were taught, So it's like you have to understand the Bible properly, and then follow that, and then go to heaven when you die. You don't go to hell.
Mm-hmm.
And this idea now of like you live in the kingdom of heaven now.
Mm-hmm.
You can experience Christ to a certain degree in your life sometimes now.
Mm.
Um, not always, but and I have to believe that. Otherwise, like I'm riddled with demons more or less because like the whole re-enchantment thing that Paul talks about and so many people have talked about, which I think is sort of overdone now. I think there's probably going to be like a rationalist backlash in a few years to that. There is something to that. I don't think we should like seek enchantment all the time. I think that's its own problem. But if you have a totally just intellectual faith that just doesn't serve everybody, people have different temperaments, and I had a different temperament than that, and so yeah, still that insane rant, just trying to illustrate like that sermon that he preached about his personal prayer life was the only thing I remembered from when I was a kid. And I mean, his wife taught us in Bible class all the Bible stories very well and everything. But him, um, even though I owned all his books and I read them when I got older, but it's like, I've been to Bible studies where people don't even pray before, and I'm like, I'm wondering if it would serve them just to pray for an hour rather than study the Bible for an hour.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Uh, so I don't know how I got here.
Well, I remember earlier in the conversation, were talking about stepping in on a conversation between two old friends. I mean, for me, and I even mentioned it at Midwestuary, right? Like that's what this space was about for me. Is I just wanted to come to that thing to see friends, old and new, like, and so that's what I appreciate about this. I mean, I never would have met you were it not for Chad, and I never would have met Chad were it not for me and Luke and some other people, just throwing some videos up online after having watched Paul. So, you know, it's all of those connections that I find interesting, and I guess helpful in some way that I can't really explain. But just like the relational aspect of it is something that I appreciate a lot. Yeah, and so I am fascinated though, that you came into this via a personal connection. Like, how did Chad even broach the topic about this with you?
Oh yeah. Thanks for asking. I don't mind. I don't mind talking. I don't want to take up your stream, but
Oh no, it's fine.
like
We're done with everything that I plan to cover on this stream anyway, so you're good.
I'm in Chad because we're like in the same A scene. I've known Chad, indirectly probably like 10 years, and then maybe the past like 5 years or so, we kind of started talking. We're both we were both like adamant AA enthusiasts, and he was kind of in a different group than me, but we kind of knew each other. And then on Saturdays, uh, in our area near Milwaukee, a bunch of people from AA get together at Denny's, and anyway, I started going there, and it seemed like every week. This was probably maybe 3 years ago. Every week, everyone would leave, and me and Chad would just be sitting there drinking coffee, talking about crazy stuff. And he would he'd be like, "Oh, dude, I'm part of this online community," and he's like, "It's kind of about Jordan Peterson." And right when he said that name, it just triggered me. Like, I'm not interested because I was a big Jordan Peterson fan, like back in 2017 and 18.
Yeah.
And then there was like a lot of things that just turned me off, and I was like, I've kind of heard everything he has to say. I don't now he to me he turned into just another conservative talking head,
Mm.
which is like, oh, I'm gonna have a take on the current issue, and I'm like, I don't care. Uh, Rather than like talking about like the Bible and Carl Jung and these interesting things, it's like, oh, I'm going to talk about this shooting that just happened. It's like I don't need to hear about that stuff. Um, and then like joining the Daily Wire. But anyway, so so Chad would tell me about that. But I wasn't interested because I didn't really want to hear about Jordan Peterson much anymore. But I liked Chad's content. Like I would watch some of his weird videos. Like those are pretty good.
Yeah.
And then I saw some of the and at that time, like I I've been away from Christianity for a long time. Like, but I explored all these different things. Like I did meditation for many years, and I like read a lot about paganism and some about Buddhism and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it never, I don't know, I felt like a foreigner in those things. And then after a while, it sort of it dawned on me, it's like, I'm a Christian. I don't know what that means, but I think I think that's what I am. And I'm just going to figure it out. So I started, I like read the New Testament again. I read it very slow. It took over a year because I just wanted to like really see what it said outside of the interpretations that had been served to me.
Mm-hmm.
And but at that time, Chad, I was kind of starting to talk to Chad more, and yeah, and then he sent me a video of Jess's thing about the Book of Job, and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. I enjoy this approach, because I the interpretive method I was instilled with was almost, even though it's fundamentalistic in the hermeneutic, like the Bible's the Word of God and all this stuff. It's like it's almost materialistic. It's like we can do science too. We could fight the scientists with science, and so that whole Petersonian approach of like, oh, the larger structures are like Peugeot, and then kind of what they were doing in that Job study with Jess and Sherry and everybody. I was like, oh, this is in a way it's deeper, like it's more psychological, and it's kind of archetypal or historical or whatever, and it's more meaningful, and it's a way that I never looked at scripture before.
Mm-hmm.
And so um, then I learned of Grail country, but I wasn't really interested in. Oh, forgot to mention, Chad had a estuary at his house, and Grim Grizz was there, and then some other people from
Oh, the
PLC were there.
the denim dinner.
Yeah, he invited me to that, And I thought it was just going to be like a discussion about ideas, but I soon realized, like, oh, these people, like, there are things people are talking about. They have their in-group memes and like stories, and I'm
Yeah.
like, this is like I'm not fully tuned into what everybody's talking about, but I kind of am, and it was pretty cool. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, and then I started following Grail Country, and the one of the big things that really drew me in to TLC was I'd like gone on this just all these online rabbit holes of like politics, especially starting with Trump. Like what do I believe? What is true? What is good about these political issues? And I'd gone through the alt right, the far left, and I kind of arrived at this. I don't know if you've heard like the MAGA communists. They're just a really fringe group. They like love Trump, but they're also communists.
No,
Um,
I've never heard of such a thing.
yeah, they're hated by everyone, and in that way, I kind of like them. Like they're hated by the left and the right.
Oh, that's
But,
funny.
but in a way, like there's some really smart people, and I like their takes on a lot of things because just because they don't fall into the normal ruts, Republican or Democrat, it's like so fringe that. Anyway, um, I kind of arrived at that, and some of them are like these weird type of communist Christians where they believe that communism is just the reality of Christianity, and they like know the Bible really well. And it's almost like where Peterson will use the Bible in almost more of a right wing way, they'll use it in a left wing way that the revolution will happen and then we will have socialism and then full communism. And it's like they almost analogize it with the apocalypse and Revelation, and talk about like all the economics of Jesus and everything. And that was fascinating to me, even though I didn't fully adopt it. But like they use Michael Hudson a lot, who's he kind of really popularized the debt jubilee idea. And so one time I was watching a Grail Country stream and Jedediah was on there and he was talking about Michael Hudson, and people were like uh, really engaging with those ideas. And I was like, oh, I guess this isn't just some conservative like hype, um, propaganda thing. People are actually like I could tell these people are conservative, but they're engaging with these radical ideas in an open way.
Hmm.
And so that I think that day, and then uh, like I was trying to come back to the Church of Christ, but it's such a it's a difficult religion to be a part of. And I was like, I can't talk to anybody in the church because they will just be like, well, you know the truth, you know what to do this, do that. And I can't talk it to anybody outside the church because this stuff doesn't make sense to them.
Right.
And I was like praying, like, I wish I had somebody to talk to. I saw Mark Parker on one of Chad's randos, and he was a guy that like left Christianity for many years, got into Buddhism, and then he was going to the Church of Christ.
Uh-huh.
And so I like immediately messaged him. I was like, I gotta talk to you. Nobody else I've ever met. And it was almost kind of serendipitous, I guess you could say in a way. And then I've talked to Mark a lot
Uh-huh.
because he just knows the language of these things.
Yeah.
And so that was another thing that kind of drew me in, you know.
That's awesome. I didn't
So
realize that you guys had that very similar background. That's really cool.
yeah, yeah. There's nobody else I've ever met that. It was so interesting to me that he was currently going to one of these churches and but also still believing in Buddhism.
Well, it was one of his Buddhist, I don't know, teachers, I don't know what you call them, that told him he needed to go back to Christianity.
Yeah,
If I remember right.
and
You probably know this story better than I do.
I do, but I haven't. I've never asked him. It almost sometimes seems like the person told him in like almost a telepathic way, or I don't know if he told him in a vocal way.
Mm.
Like if Mark got that message from him, and that was another huge another huge connection because I I was like the I was like flirting with coming back to church, and it was really difficult. And then one night I was really stressed out, and I actually read a portion of a Buddhist book that sealed the deal that I had to come back to church. There's a lot of other details about it, but so that was another similarity. It's like this old Buddhist monk in this book like told me to go back to church.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it it was because he was talking about how if you're a slave and you have a bad relationship with your father, you will always have a bad relationship with your master. And at that point in time, I was having a terrible time at my job with my boss, and I was having a bad relationship with my dad. And my dad who wanted me to come back to church, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so and then I had worked the 12 steps and done done a good job, I guess, but like in amends, I always felt like there was something missing and I didn't know what it was. I was like, I'm not done making amends to everyone, even though I've gone to different states and paid off stuff and done, you know, called people and gone to court and everything to clear up the past. But I was like, why do I feel like it's incomplete? And then that same night, it was like, yeah, you never made amends to Christ.
Oh,
And
wow.
you you harmed Christ by abandoning the church and abandoning the faith, and you have to make amends to Christ. And I realized like that is the biggest amends that I have.
Huh.
And then it was like that same night, and then I read that in that book, and I was like, I have to go back to church.
Hmm.
Yeah, and and now I'm back, and now I'm just a fundamentalist Christian again.
But in a different way now, because you've got all of this other stuff, you know, wound through it.
Yeah, I kind of think of myself as a postmodern fundamentalist.
Hmm.
It's like there are some things which really work and really seem true, and a couple hills I would die on. There's a couple things I practice which I pretty much believe, but I don't know if I'd die on those hills,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And yeah, there's some pretty severe things with the religion I'm from that probably will stress me out for the rest of my life. But whatever, you know, that's life.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
I'm curious. Like I'm trying to see if I have it right here. Like I've been reading through the book of Acts and then also the first two letters to the Corinthians over the last couple months and doing some journaling on it. But one of the things that stood out to me about the book of Acts is just how, particularly Paul, let me see if I can find it really quick. Um, I don't know that I'll be able to dig it up as quickly as I want to. Um, so as I was going through Acts, I was just like, well, so these guys, these apostles who are going around and they're sharing this message with everybody that they can get to listen to them is that hey, Jesus was here, he lived, he died, you know, he was tortured, he was crucified, he actually rose from the dead. Like we're saying exactly what it is that you think that we're saying. Like he got up out of the grave and was walking around and he came and saw all or several of us and he even sat down and spent a lot of time like teaching us what it is that the Hebrew scriptures were saying specifically about him. And then they go around, and the other part of their message is they're saying, yeah, but you put your trust in him. He's going to be our judge at the last day, is kind of how they put it, right? And if you put your trust in him, then everything that you've done that is not in alignment with the law is not going to be held against you, right? You're not going to be condemned by God because you couldn't maintain the law perfectly, because nobody has been able to do that. But um, he has also, you know, appointed Jesus as your judge. So whenever everything that you've done gets looked at, you know, Jesus is going to look at it and he's going to be a fair judge to you, and you can trust in him that, You're not going to be condemned for the wrong that you did. Um, and then the other thing that's a part of their message is I'm like piecing it together every time that I see them talking about it and yelling at, proclaiming it to people in Acts, is that also, you know, in that last judgment, there's going to be a restoration of all things. And Paul even says that all the stuff that we see around us that we're concerning ourselves with, it's passing away. So don't be concerned with the things that are passing away. Be more concerned with, walking in line with the Spirit. And he gives like a list of some of the fruits of the Spirit in Galatians. We read that one too in my little reading plan that I'm doing here. But from your perspective and just where you find yourself today, like, and actually, let me go back. There's one other thing in one of his letters. I think it's the first letter to the Corinthians. He says, and I'm hearing from some of you that you don't believe it's possible for people to rise from the dead. You ask, how in the world could that happen? And he goes on and he explains and he uses a metaphor of like seeds. And he's like, we're seeds now, we're going to get put in the ground. And then when we come up, you don't get the seed that was put in the ground. You get something different in like the form and the kind of the seed that went into the ground. And so I'm just wondering, like, what you think about that. Growing up in more of a fundamentalist or almost a literalist type um, environment, like it seems like Paul really thinks that okay, when we die, we're actually going to be raised. Well, first of all the apostles are like, no, this guy like really raised from the dead, and Paul is like, and yeah, not only did it happen to him, it's going to happen to all of us, and we are going to be, we're going to have like these new bodies. Like Jesus had a new kind of body. It did weird stuff that was described in the Gospels. Like, I guess that's my question for you, Mark. Like, in your perspective, like, where do you, are you able to like adhere to that? As, yeah, I really believe that that's what's going to happen to me and to everybody else. At the very least, everybody else who, has said, yes, I believe in Jesus as my Lord and Savior, as it's been presented to us in our churches. Like, what do you think about that? Because I'm still like, yeah, I want that to be true, and these guys like really believed it. Like they were they were facing death, knowing that, well, even if I die, that's not the end. There's going to be something after this that's way better, and all of reality as I know it is going to be restored into full perfection and into the actual form of what God has always intended it to be. So I don't know if the question that I had in there made sense, but I'm just curious, like where you sit on all that.
I mean, yeah, I just basically believe it how anybody's believing grandma would believe it, you know.
Mm,
I have times of doubt, but and there's probably a lot of underlying levels of doubt within me, but I affirm that yeah, we're just like all through Acts, they're baptizing people, and I mean that baptism is symbolic, like not only of our new life, but like the resurrection, and so it's like I don't know what it's going to look like. It's probably not going to look like how I imagine it from my childhood,
mm-hmm.
and I don't know how it's going to happen. Like those communist Christian people, they basically said that in the future, we're going to know everything. Like the way that God will come down. It's almost like a Hegelian. I don't know Hegel. I'm just using these words like an ignorant person, but
I'm
like
listening to him like an ignorant person, so you're in good company.
um, like God will be fully here because we will know all the truth and we will have all scientific knowledge, and so we'll be able to actually raise people from the dead and be alive forever. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh, so like more of a modernist or a, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Like a scientific way of achieving all of these things that are being
yeah,
spoken of in the Bible. Okay.
yeah, yeah. Um, but I think there, you know, and I think that God is like an actual person and Jesus is a person, and I, uh, I, I don't know, like when I mentioned that I went back through the New Testament because I was taught that anybody can understand the Bible if they're just honest with themselves and rational, you know? So I was like, well, I'm going to go through it in AA. We we ask ourselves what it means to us. So I'm going to be honest with myself. What does this mean to me? And what I really wanted to find, well, I won't go down that. Um, one of the things that really stuck out to me that is so foreign from our modern democratic liberal world about Christ is that he said, it's just me. It's I'm the guy, you know? And I thought when you and Luke were talking earlier about how Christ would put himself below, but at the same time he would put himself below, but still say like, I'm the guy, you know? And I think that's just a radical thing. And even I think it's correlates to like the ancient pagan world to where it's like, oh, you know, the Gauls, they honor Mercury, but you know, that's the same as Hermes, so whatever, it's fine, you know, we honor Apollo here in Rome, but you know, you can honor whoever you want, you know. But when Jesus says he's the only thing, that's and it still applies today because you know, like a coexist sticker, you know, it's like, oh, hey, whatever works for you, man, you know. Um, and that's almost more than anything else in scripture. That's one of the most challenging things for me. But also, it's one of like as far as apologetics go, and like fight these scientists and stuff. Like to me, that's one of the biggest proofs of Christianity is just the fact that Jesus said, "Yeah, I'm the only guy," and there's no proving that wrong. You know, it's like all evidence you can't. I don't really believe in proof, especially when it comes to like metaphysical ideas or even these things are they're axiomatic, but like that, everything points to that. You know, everything points to that Jesus was right when he said he was the man, and that's almost the one of the craziest things of Scripture for me. And then as I read the Old Testament, all through it, it's like I am the God, I am the Lord God, I am the real Creator. The idols are nothing, you know. Mm-hmm. It almost leads up. It's the same pattern, and and so I don't know how that. For some reason, that answer came when you asked how I felt about. It seems like you were asking about the literal nature of the resurrection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And dude, I just think it's real. Like I think Jesus is a real person. I think he's God, and I think that we're all going to be raised, and I think the judgment is going to be real too. You know, and I'm not totally confident that I'll, you know, get a golden star.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I might make it in. I think I've done everything in my power to ensure uh, that I'm in good standing. But yeah, you know, I believe it's real. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
No, that was great. Yeah, it makes me like it just makes me ponder, right? Like I finally found my page because I tried to do an inventory of everything that I had caught so far because I was reading Acts 14 whenever I did this journal entry. So I pulled out a piece of scripture and then I did some writing on it. So I'll just read this page from my journal entry. The scripture that I pulled was Acts 14:3. It said, "So Paul and Barnabas spent a considerable time there, speaking boldly for the Lord, who confirmed the message of his grace by enabling them to perform signs and wonders." And so then that was the scripture. And here's what I wrote. I said, the gospel that they preach is the message of the Lord's grace. That's what they were talking about. And this message appears in Acts 2:38 through 39, where it says, "Be baptized in the name of Jesus for the forgiveness of sins." It also appears in Acts 3:19 through 21, where they say, "Repent then and turn to God so that your sins may be wiped out, that times of refreshing may come from the Lord, and that he may send the Messiah who has been appointed for you, even Jesus. Heaven must receive him until the time comes for God to restore everything as he promised long ago through his holy prophets. And then in Acts 5:31, that he might bring Israel to repentance and forgive their sins. In Acts 10:40 through 43, they were telling another group, God appointed Jesus as judge of the living and the dead. Everyone who believes in him receives forgiveness of sins through his name. And then in Acts 13:38 through 39, through Jesus, the forgiveness of sins is proclaimed to you, and everyone who believes is set free from every sin, a justification that was not obtainable under the law of Moses. And then just like my my application of this is, man, I think I just need to try and marinate and meditate on this for a while, you know, and my prayer was to for God to help embed this deep inside of me and to transform me with it in whatever ways I need to, because as I'm thinking about it, I'm like, okay, what is one of the things that at least I struggle with, and maybe one other human being on the planet struggles with, and that's, did I do good enough, right? And I don't just mean over the course of my life necessarily. Sometimes we just talk about whatever thing we just did. Hey, that live stream, was it good enough? Well, good enough for what? What were you trying to accomplish? Is the way that I had this interaction, with a family member, did I do a good job or was that bad? Did I treat them like crap? Did I treat them well? Um, and what if the thing that I did wasn't good? What's going to happen to me if I did wrong, whether it be intentionally or unintentionally? Is there something that I'm trying to avoid? Like, what's my aim? What's my purpose in trying to get things right, to do things right? Sometimes, it's, well, I want to do a good job because I, you think about your actual employment. Well, I want to do a good job because if I don't, I'll eventually get fired and then I won't be able to make money. And if I'm not making money, I won't be able to pay my bills. And some of my bills are like way more important than others because some of my bills help me to stay alive, right? To buy my
Right.
food, to have shelter, to have water. Um, some of my bills, just allow me to be in a state where I can present myself to the world, where I actually can have fruitful social interactions. So that social dynamic of my life, that need, all of these needs are in some way supplied for. And so some of this is like running all over the place, but a big part of my life is making sure that my needs are taken care of. And my biggest need, when it all comes down to it, the biggest thing that I need more than anything else is life itself, right? I eat so that I can live. I have shelter so that I can, not die, right? Both of those things. I have other people because that seems to be an important part of, health. Like, I think people can die of loneliness too, right?
Mhm.
Maybe not necessarily in the same way or as measurable as it is where, well, he stopped eating, that's why he died. His system shut down, or he didn't have water. And when I really think about it, the way that I provide for all of those things right now is by accomplishing, right? I work, that then, the slot machine that is life, I pull the lever and that's what comes out, is those needs getting fulfilled because I'm taking action.
You got more coins to throw away.
Right. And what some of the things that this message seems to be saying is, listen, even if you don't do a good job, life is still going to come to you. Like, that's kind of the grace of what this message seems to be, that they're declaring here. Like, if I go look at it on some different levels, where it's just like, you don't have to worry about doing anything perfectly. And this was more of a message for me as I've been marinating on this, right? Just act in faith that, you know in this frame that these guys are presenting, that God, just put your faith in him, that he's going to take care of you. Trust him that he's going to be the judge of the work that you do. You do the best you can, not because you think that whatever outcome you produce is going to be what you're measured by. You're just going to be measured by being faithful that he's going to provide for you and take care of you. And in the context of this gospel message, to me, it just means, and ultimately faithful that he is going to continue to be the source of your life, even beyond everything that you see around you, where every person that you've ever known is either going to die and you'll never see it, or you'll actually see them die, right? Your the generations that came before you, like your parents and your grandparents, you know, you'll see them die, and you, in the view that we have on things, will, wow, I don't see anything else happening after that, right? They have no further way to sustain their life. And what it sounds like this message is saying is, even them, right? You're going to go the same place that they're going. But what we want you to see with what happened with Jesus in this story is that that's not your final, that's actually not your final resting place, right? There's life is going to flow beyond that. And just trust me that I'm going to give it to you. And the fact that I have a law that I want you to adhere to that was actually built for to continue to for eternal life to continue to flow through you, even if you're not following that law perfectly, but you're just striving to trust me with your life and try to do what I tell you to do, that's really all that I need to work with. And so just believe in me that I'm going to judge you fairly on your life, and that I'm going to give you more and more of the life that you were created to participate in. And so that's kind of what this gospel message is to me, as I try to open it up even more. And I'm just wondering, man, if I really believe that, like, what does my life look like right now? Is there any risk, as long as it's not going against what I think God is telling me to do, that I'm not willing to take? Because the question is, well, what do you have to lose? Well, what if I lose my job? What if I lose my income? What if you do? What if I lose my life? Again, what if you do? This is what the apostles were like dealing with, right? I could lose my life with the next time I open my mouth. But they really believed that it was going to be taken care of. And I'm just like, I'm not sure that I have that level of faith yet, but there's a big part of me that's just like, man, yeah, if all of this is true, yeah, I want to get to that level of faith as quickly as possible so that I can just live that life.
Yeah. Um, man, I, so uh, yeah,
It's just come down to this thing of, well, do you really believe it? Because they really believed it. And if you do,
yeah.
it's like, man, how much more is there that God actually wants to do with you if you actually live as if you believe that stuff?
Oh man, I sometimes like, yeah. Hmm. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree. I no, I mean, I'm totally with you because I look at those early saints, and I mean, when I say the saints, I mean the apostles. I mean, they were so dedicated, and like you read Paul's writings, and he was just full of love for God all the time. You know, even when he was just like, even when he was just saying like practical things like, you know, oh yeah, tell Phoebe I received her letter. Praise be to her. Thanks for or praise be to God. Thanks to Jesus Christ. It's like everything he said was just full of like conviction. Um, and man, yeah, I don't know. I think that's one of the reasons I left the faith so long is because I look up to these people, and then my life is nothing like I don't know. I'll like stop following Jesus just to like you know have an ice cream sandwich or something.
Right. It's like, go chase this
Um,
this pleasure. Paul talks about the satisfying the desires of the flesh, and it's just like, there's like this delicate balance between what joys are out there that God put in place for us to experience versus am I following his lead when I'm going after this thing, or am I kind of turning from his lead and just trying to satisfy certain desires? I don't know. That's what you reminded me of when you said ice cream sandwich.
Yeah. I mean, that could take hundreds of forms, you know.
Yep.
As but yeah, I mean, definitely God wants us to be joyful as much as we can, but just seek. I don't know. Um, I don't know. It kind of. I don't know what to say about that. I feel like every direction I could say is just cliche,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like I feel like I have these conversations often on TLC, like, how are we going to be like real Christians? But now we're going to talk about it, you know? Um, yeah, but it's like one of those things where I don't know if America is the most Christian nation on earth or the least Christian nation on earth. Um,
Yeah, I've heard it said it's just like there's no such thing as anything Christian besides a person. Like you can't have can't have a Christian car or a Christian movie or a Christian nation. It's just like no, there's only such thing as a Christian person.
yeah. So are you following some type of program for your study?
I mean, the only like what I was doing in the Bible right there.
Yeah.
There's this thing in the Wesleyan denomination, like these journals that they produce. That's the church that I go to. It's in the Wesleyan church. And it's called Banding Together, and it's like written for discipleship groups. And essentially, the workbook that it comes with has daily scripture. You basically read a chapter a day from one of the books of the Bible, and they go in order, right? Currently, we're in Mark in the month of April. So they have you read a book from, or sorry, a chapter from Mark, and then most days they also have a corresponding psalm to go along with it that you read. And what you're supposed to do in this program is, and you're supposed to do this like individually each day, and then you come together like once a week with either one person that you're discipling with, or maybe a group of two or three others. And it says, write out whatever scripture passage stood out to you from your reading, and then make some kind of observation and journal about it, and then figure out, hey, is there a way to apply this to my life? How might this verse or what I've just read apply? Is there anything that you think that God is calling you to do or remember as a result? And if there is a next step, what can you do if you feel like it would be, if there's something that you could be obedient to that you think you're hearing, go ahead and write it out. And then, just write out a closing prayer. So yeah, that's the program that I've been working through since probably about February. I just started it with somebody at church. So
Nice.
it's been different. I've never done anything like this before. So it's like, I was like, oh, wow, that's in there. What could that mean? Or what's he saying? And then, certain things just pop up. But that was probably the biggest one when I was just reading, and I keep saying, they keep talking about this message, and they claim that they sat around with the resurrected Jesus, and he taught them all of this stuff, and now they're conveying what that is to all of these groups. And it's me just really kind of wanting to go back to the source, because I feel like you could get 10 different answers if you ask 10 different questions across denominations. What is the gospel?
What do you think the gospel is?
Well, I mean, the sense that I get from the apostles is what I just read there. It's got like three or four components to it. One is that Jesus died and uh, came back to life, and somehow in his life, death, and resurrection, that is like in some way that means that the fact that we can't perfectly walk in line with what is ultimate goodness in God, the fact that we have trouble doing that, is not going to be held against us in a way where it's just like, well, you're going to be erased from existence, basically, or you're going to be tortured for eternity, or whatever tradition, most aligns with what
Yeah.
people think of happens to you if you're quote going to hell, so to speak. But that doesn't have to happen, because Jesus has essentially said, yeah, that I came here to show you what I look like is actually what God looks like, and God's not going to do that to you. Just believe in that. Believe that that is my character, that that's God's character that you're going to be taken care of. Let me see. It looks like Daniel is here. Oh, let's add Daniel to the stage as well, and then
Nice.
I'll finish my statement here real quick to try to answer your question. But there's like those four components. It's the life that Jesus lived and what he showed us about God. And then he died and he came back to life. And that's another component of the gospel to show you. And this is how you're going to end up as well. And not only that, but everything that you see around you in existence is going to go through some kind of great refurbishment or restoration. It's almost like, a vision that came to me, not an actual vision, but like this this picture that came into my mind as I was reading through this and kind of just marinating on this concept, is just that, like, you imagine everything that we know about reality is kind of like an illustration of us all being in this same condemned house together that's like falling apart. And like there's a segment of people that you see that are just in there and they're wreaking havoc and they're just destroying everything. Like there might have been this ornate wonderful banister on the staircase that's just been completely marred and vandalized and all kinds of stuff. And there are different kind of things inside of the house that have all been built like this with great artistry and beauty, but it's all been marred and destroyed. And so there are some other people in the same house that are over there like trying to restore it already. They're like sanding it down and they're lacquering it or whatever you do, to refurbish it and make it beautiful, bring out some of its original beauty, but also even adding some more things to it. And that's wonderful. Like they're building this place back up. But then another group comes along after they're done and they like spray paint it or they take some axes to it or they just like destroy it. And so like it's this whole idea of entropy in this world that we live in. It just like keeps falling apart. It's just like, well,
You
what's the
can't save it.
use? Why am I going in here and trying to fix this stuff, right? But it's just like some people still have this internal drive and this desire to go fix it. And so to me what the gospel is also saying is, no, 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 your efforts are good because there's no lost work. Anything that you're putting into it, it's not going to go away. Even if somebody comes and tears it down again, there's still a part of what you added to it that's there. And God is going to, at the end of all this, whenever He decides in His timing, is going to, raise everybody up, but also show you what His refurbishment project has always looked like. And He's going to revivify this thing. And it's going to look and be just so much more incredible than anything that we could ever imagine. And to me, all of those components is kind of the fullness of what I'm starting to see that the gospel is.
Yeah, I can get with
Daniel, what's up?
Hey, that was. I think I'm a little bit behind. If you don't mind me going back a bit, I did have a question.
Sure.
So I think you were talking about uh, a moment ago, kind of not living up to what you see both in the Bible and in the saints and stuff like that, and that's definitely a burden that I carry, and like it's hard tension to live with. But I was wondering if you guys have given any thought. Sorry, I have to interrupt real quick. Does that change? It's like I feel like when I was single, I had like a set of responsibilities, and maybe that's why Paul talks about like, get married if you need to, but you should stay single. Then it feels like I'm wondering if you guys think that that should be adjusted as you have like more responsibilities, whether it's wife or kids or any of that stuff, or am I just using that as an excuse to make me feel better?
Like, are you saying? So I think I know the part in Paul that you're talking about where he says, It's better for you not to be married because your concerns will not be divided. You know, your main uh the thing the person that you're trying to satisfy is God and God alone. And then when you are married, you now have the concerns of your spouse, and by extension, if you have kids, your concerns start to be like, scattered. And so I don't know. So that was kind of the line of where your question was going. But what was your question again, Daniel?
Yeah, it seems like at least I've heard that read, like you should, at least it seems like Paul is saying you should not have all these relational ties, because then you can do all the wild stuff that we see in the Bible and the saints doing and stuff. I'm wondering if that, like, there is a place for, do you guys think there's a place for, yeah, I do have responsibilities relationally with wife and kids or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so it does mean that I have less, like, ability to be irresponsible. It's not a great way to put it. Like, when I was single, I could do, go ahead.
So, yeah, I think I was just clarifying where you're getting at. Like, you mean more irresponsible for God?
Yeah, right. In a good way. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, fearless is the word I'm thinking of.
Yep, that's better.
Well, like in First Thessalonians, I feel like those later letters of Paul, when he's getting older, like First Thessalonians and Timothy and whatever, uh, he says to lead a quiet life, you know. And I forget the exact quote, but lead a quiet life. Um, and I feel like when the gospel was first taking off in Acts, that was I mean, that was like when it was blazing across the unchristianized world at the beginning, you know. It didn't, I don't know if that's how it needs to perpetually be all the time. And he also says that if a man doesn't work, neither let him eat. And, work at your job so you'll work with your hands so you'll have something to show and you'll have something to give, you know. So I don't know. I was kind of thinking about, the concept of work. I'll try not to go too off into this, but I think it applies maybe. It's like in the book of Genesis, when God gives Adam and Eve these rule or these jobs, he gives them jobs even before the fall. Like in paradise, they had to work. It was like name the animals, tend the garden, fill the earth, which is all fun work, you know. Like I think everybody has work they enjoy doing, like a labor of love. Problem is like we all have jobs we hate. We have to work at, and that's like this, and that's the second part. Like after the curse, it's like now you have to work the ground so you can survive, you know. And so it's like this other type of work that we have to do. And with me, it's like I'm a musician. I I wish I could work on music and stuff like that all the time, but when I get home from work, I'm so burnt out. I just want to zone out, you know. And in that way, I feel like I wish these other potentials were being fulfilled, you know. And also, I wish I was a better Christian. I wish I was a better evangelist, and I wish I was more prayerful, and all those things, you know. Um, right, and that would be good work. But and I think that part of that, because I was just listening to a stream that Chad had this morning, or he had it before, but I was listening to it this morning, and they were talking about not measuring up, feeling that way. And I think, the great thing about Christianity, having this frame for these things, it's like, well, yeah, because we we can't measure up to our ideal, and um, I think, and then that goes kind of back to what something Jeff was saying. I think about that's okay. It's like years ago when I was not practicing not a practicing Christian, like I got super into like lifting weights and optimizing my health, all these supplements, and and everything. And it was like I would work out like 5 days a week, and it was like I was trying to optimize my everything. And after I came back to Christ in a real way, I sort of just lost a lot of that desire. And then now, like with all of these other things, like, oh, I wish I was better at this, I wish I was better at that. It's almost like if you go online and you see all these things you should be doing, like you should be lifting weights and you should be eating this way and growing your own food and all this stuff. And it's like maybe not, you know. Maybe I actually should just go to McDonald's because that's better for what I'm spiritually called to do, or like all of these potentials. And then like Jeff, you're talking about the restoration of all things. Like if we're raised, like there will be a time where we will have that full potential, like we will be our best selves. But I don't think it'll happen in this life. It's like with me, it's just like I don't know. I think God forgives us not for not um, being who we think we should be. If that's, I don't know anything. I'm the worst guy to ask about this stuff, honestly. but yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I don't know. I like that. I think some of the struggle for me is I did when I was younger, YWAM for several years, and so when you're doing that, you're doing all kinds of probably reckless and crazy things, and it feels like you're actually living like in Acts or something like that. And then you get into real life, and I think we're actually both Mark in construction, but you end up doing things like that, and it's like my everyday life feels so less than what it used to be when I was running around other countries doing stupid things. But I think so. I think I carry that like desire. Like I know what it feels like to be out and actually that's your full-time career doing that. But also in the past few years, I've let that go a little bit, I think. And like, can I be present in my job doing construction and like pick someone that day who's clearly struggling and make their day slightly better, and we're gonna call that good. And then I vacillate between like, yeah, that's beautiful, and also no, that's not enough, and I need to do more because I'm a loser.
I was just we're starting a new job because I'm an inspector. What are you an electrician?
I do caulking, which is
like top caulk. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, not only does he do it, he's the top caulker.
Yeah, it's their job.
I forgot your handle for this, but we're going to start a really big job. And so I'm an inspector in testing and stuff on bigger commercial projects. And so we had to do this mandatory safety training where they do, the general contractor wants you to know their stuff. And it said that construction industry has the highest rate of male suicides out of any job.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And because, I had a couple months this winter where there was not much work and I was starting to spend my credit card because it was just a tough winter. And when tariffs kind of messed up some of our jobs, so I was laid off a lot. And then I hate to admit how much I love not working. I got so much stuff done that I wanted to do, and I got projects done. I took care of myself. Like there were a couple of like physical things I really needed to work on, and I kind of like got some healing in those, and like my gut was all messed up, and I've kind of gotten that a lot better and everything. But yeah, dude, the thing is like the sad part when I read in the epistles where it's like slaves be obedient to your masters. It's like I ain't the master.
I thank you so much for sharing that. I actually, as you just said, construction is slow. I was laid off for almost 3 months, which is probably the longest I've ever been laid off. And immediately when I'm laid off for more than like 3 days, I immediately become depressed and feel useless. So it's good to hear someone else. But then eventually I turned around and got some reading done that I haven't been able to do, so it ended up being good. But it's nice to know that I wasn't the only one that went through that like roller coaster this winter.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah.
I was trying to find something specifically about work, or I think it had to do with giving. Let me see if I can find it. Uh, well, I'll see if I can find it in my memory. It's not coming up as I'm flipping through pages here, but like it's almost like I was getting the whole idea of some of the stuff that I was reading in Paul that like if God is the source of everything that we get, and it means that he is going to provide for us. But then also Paul said, nobody should eat unless they work. Well, what is the purpose of work? It ultimately isn't to be to see ourselves as the provider of our needs, right? We hear you got to be self sufficient, you got to be financially independent, those kind of things. Well, yes, but what Paul seems to be saying in some of the stuff that I'm reading is, okay, yes, I do want you to produce things. Everybody needs to work, but the ultimate purpose of everything that you produce is to show the pattern of what it looks like when give because that produces gifts, right? You are given things that are gifts to you that are intended to be given to other people. So
Yeah.
even the labor of your hands is intended to be a gift to others in some form or fashion. And why is it intended to be a gift to others? Well, to show people what God looks like, which is also the pattern of what, Christ was doing. He was like, I'm here to show you what God looks like, you guys. And so one of the ways that we get to play a part in that is anything and everything that we've been given, whether it's actually the work of our hands in our vocation, or if it's just, hey, I'm not in a bad mood today and I can actually be kind towards somebody else, or I have a certain disposition where I'm capable of being very patient with this person who might be struggling today, right? Just showing them patience, showing them kindness, the forbearance, some of those fruits of the spirit that Paul talks about. He says ultimately so you can give gifts to these other people so that they can appreciate those gifts and actually see God in them through you, looking through you to see God. And so there's a part of me that thinks that maybe that's what it is. Even, to go back to your original question, Daniel, of, okay, well, now that I have this distributed life where I have other concerns and I have other people to take care of and be concerned about, well, the way that you are showing concern for your spouse or people who have kids as well is, well, I am giving them gifts via the gifts that have been given to me. But my whole purpose, again, my intent that I can't forget that's behind all of that is to point everybody to the source of where all of this is coming from in all that and try to make that a part of uh, strategy is the wrong word, but just my mode of operation, right? Not to forget that that's actually the purpose of why I'm doing everything that I'm doing.
That's pretty good. Something I need to remember.
Yeah, that was really good, Josh. I don't know why stuff like that, like you're saying that, and I think you're absolutely right. And it's perfectly said, and you tied it all together well. It's also not like it's something that was completely novel to me, but remembering it, especially in the heat of the moment, it's really difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to talk
Yeah.
about on a stream, but it's really hard to do when you've got somebody in front of you, and that's the last thing that you want to do is be generous.
Like you're in somebody's bathtub and they're like, I'm having a party tonight, I need this done tonight. And you're like, well, you didn't tell me about it until yesterday, I need it done. The whole family's coming over. And then you like, have a headache too on top of it. It's like, and then you start thinking like, what else could I do? I could go to be a cashier at Walmart. I guess I'll just do this. But yeah, it's tough to. It's nearly impossible. Like, and then sometimes every now and then, because being an inspector, I'm like, just sometimes in these tough situations with difficult people and difficult decisions, and I get pretty stressed out. And like every now and then it'll remind me like, just be patient and trust God and love people. And it's just like, no, I can't do that. Like, that doesn't apply to this situation. But yeah, it's tough. But that's definitely something I need to remember to that's the reason I work, is for other people. It's not so I could buy more crap on Amazon.
So I finally found my journal entry, and I don't know if it's going to say anything more than what I already conveyed, but I was pulling it out of Second Corinthians. There's just a part of a passage in there where Paul says, "Others will praise God for the obedience that accompanies your confession of the gospel of Christ and for your generosity in sharing with them and with everyone else." The context here, he was talking about a monetary gift that the Corinthians had promised and was being prepared for needy Christians elsewhere. Um, and so what I got out of this, I said that the secondary purpose of all things that we give, so the secondary purpose of all giving, whether that be time, effort, money, attention, etc., is to meet the needs of others. That's the secondary purpose of giving. And the primary focus is to elicit everyone's praise toward the source of all gifts, the supplier of all needs, including our ultimate need, which is connection to the eternal life of God through the merciful judgment of Jesus on our behalf, holding none of our wrongs against us, removing all barriers from our reunion with God. Generous giving is a way to help others see the path back to and stir up the desire in them and ourselves at the same time to have that base core fulfillment met in Him.
Yeah, I mean, I think we answered the question.
So when you're caulking, that's your purpose, Daniel. When you're inspecting, Mark, that's what you're really up to.
Yeah, yeah. It's good to know. It's not, if it just worked for money, it would suck a lot more.
Yeah.
And I think I've noticed, like you were saying, Mark, like it even works practically if you keep your attention lined up in the way that you're describing, Jeff. Things tend to, not always, but things tend to go about as smoothly as they possibly can. And the second I make the mistake that you were talking about, Mark, that I make all the time and get anxious and mad at everyone being less than they could be, everything goes so much worse. Like it even works at the practical level.
Yeah.
And I still can't remember it.
All right. Well, this stream is obviously the longest stream that I've ever done on my channel. We've hit the 4 hour mark, amazingly. So I should probably pull the plug and go do something else with my day.
Well, that's awesome. I'm glad I could do it for it.
Yeah, I'm glad you hopped on, Mark. We even got Knit a Latte for the first time coming on stream, so that was awesome. And Daniel, you've been here a couple of times before on stream. I mean, you're always in the chat, which I appreciate. It's nice to have somebody, always there going through the journey with me. But yeah, this was good, and I'm glad I finally got some kind of setup that at least allowed me to do this, to have people hop on. So I'm still trying to perfect it without having to pay StreamYard X amount per month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good to get to talk to you, Mark, and I'm glad I got to jump on for a second. Good to see you, Jeff.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah,
That's
and
fun.
Okay, what's that?
Daniel, as always, it was great to obviously get to meet you for the first time up in Connecticut and see you very briefly in Chicago or Elmhurst, technically. And Mark, we got to meet there in person too, so that was awesome.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Give it to keys.
All right, well, take care, guys. And Sandy's in the chat too. It was good, Sandy, to see you in Chicago as well. And I'm glad anytime that you can join on. So I guess I'll do my closing now. Take care, Mark, Daniel. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks. Yeah.
All right, that was good. Let me see if I can figure out how to fix this so that it looks right on my screen. Let's do that. Okay, let's go back to this. That's a little bit more normal to what it looks like on my screen, except for this thing in the top left. Let's make that go away. All right. Well, yeah, that was it. Thank you for being on the longest stream to date on my Read on C.S. Lewis project, which turned into a live stream chat. So that's nice. Um, Glad that we were able to do that. So thanks to everyone who joined today. Nidalate, Daniel, Luke, Sandra, Mark, who else am I forgetting? Sorry if I'm forgetting anyone, but it's been wonderful. Upcycle didn't get a chance to join, but dropped in the chat for just a little bit. To you and to everybody else who was here, either live or checks this out on the replay, thank you so much for your time, your attention, your contributions. They are always wanted, welcome, and appreciated. Until next time, when we continue our read on C.S. Lewis together, to you and to everyone within the sound of my voice, take care.
From books, tales of old, we dive deep across the digital code. Robot lady's voice. I read the prose. Our dialogue dances like electric rose. Through C.S. Lewis thoughts we engross. Two minds united, bliss overdose. From Narnia's lands to screw tapes rants.